Good afternoon, everyone. It's Sunday, May 25th, 2025. You're watching Co-op for Two. My name is Jesse. Today we are playing the third box in the Masters of Crime series, third for us at least, called Incognito. I'll talk about our history with the game. Boy, I can see the bags under my eyes. It's always a shock when the camera comes on. You see me when I see me. All right, so let's check in with the chat, see how everyone's doing. Yeah, yesterday my friends and I marathon watched 9 hours of You Season 5, which I recommended this series before on the channel, but there was a lot of eating of poison sugar, and I can see it's taken a little bit of a toll on me. My voice sounds a little off too. I wasn't sure I was going to get on and stream today, but I apologize for not giving you guys enough notice to plan around the live streams of the channel recently. But then again, think of it as a little bit of a challenge, incentive to sign up for notifications. Before we start talking about Masters of Crime, I want to give you some recommendations. So I've already talked about the Netflix series You, which just had its 5th and final season. Better than I thought. I thought it was going to be pretty bad. I was not a fan of the previous season. I'm a huge fan of the first season, which is what I'm recommending you check out. But the last season was not terrible. I actually found it kind of enjoyable. And you know what? You can't expect miracles, but it did a reasonably good job for the final season. I've also recommended a movie for those of you who are adults relating to your parents, a movie called Tony Erdmann, a German movie. And it's not a normal movie, but it's one of those movies that you could absolutely watch and be like, why am I watching this? There's nothing here. Or it could be one of those movies where it feels a little bit profound. So I definitely recommend you check that out. And then I've fallen down a rabbit hole of watching some jazz performances of, they're kind of like young people, young non-American people singing American old 1940s big band jazz songs. And the one that started my path, the one I'm going to recommend, is by a woman named Alba Armanjow, something like that. And she performs often with this other big band. But if you search for Alba Armanjow, Armengou, and then Honeysuckle Rose, that's the first performance. She's singing and playing trumpet. And then if you hop from there, there are a couple more performances, one more by her called Kiss to Hang a Dream On, Build a Dream On, and then Put Your Head on My Shoulders, that doesn't have her, but similar vibe. I've been listening to those over and over again. They're really quite special. Anything else to recommend before we start? Yes. I wanted to recommend a YouTube video called I Spent 30 Days in a Dead Game, which is part of these documentaries. We've seen a bunch of them recently about people who's have an important part of their social life in video games, spent socializing with video games with other people in alternate worlds. And to me, that strikes a real nerve. And I think it has to do with, I don't know the right way to say it. I have a real soft spot in my heart for people who don't make friends in real life so easily, but find an alternate world of friends. And I think there's lots of bad parts about all the social media and online stuff that everyone finds themselves in. But one of the really great parts about the current world we're in is that people can find their tribe, can find people that are similarly minded, have similar interests than them more easily now. And can connect and build their own little circles of friendship virtually, and they're every bit as rich as a friendship in real life. Friendship in real life is not so easy sometimes. So anyway, check that out. See if you find that as moving as I do. There's a Netflix documentary that's similar about a disabled person who was involved in World of Warcraft online stuff. All right. Anything else? Anything else anyone is working on today? We've got our normal European. Well, this is the time that the Americans should be able to come onto this live stream, but we have some Europeans here too. Normally, Sunday afternoon, we'd be playing Dear Homes or a play-by-mail game, but we started a strategy of we play for a month, 4 weeks or 5 weeks of the Dear Homes case or so. Then we take a break for a couple weeks to catch up on other stuff, and then we'll start up again. Next week, I'll be doing a design diary for New York Noir, the game that I've been working on for a couple years. And I do hope you can tune in for that, because I've got a bunch of new stuff to show off and talk about. That'll be next week. And I think the week after, I'll do a little channel update every 4 months or so. I try to do those, and then we'll get back to doing a play-by-mail case. All right. One more video to recommend, but related to our case, as we segue back to the game we're going to play today. There's a YouTube channel called Detective Dribble, and he has played through all of the Masters of Crime series. He plays mystery games as well. And he made a review talking about which of the 4 existing cases for Masters of Crime exists and which might be best for you and which he liked best, etc. So if you decide you're not going to play this along with me today, but you're curious about the series, you might check out that video. I put a link inside the description of this video. Now, this is the 3rd of the 4 boxes currently available in English that we've played. We played first Vendetta, which I really liked, and then Shadows, which I liked even more. Both of them took us 2 sessions, so I'm not sure what we're going to do today if this one keeps up that pattern and is too long for a single session. I think probably about 10 hours each of the past games, so we probably broke those up into 2 5-hour sessions. We'll play this one today for at least 5 hours, if it looks like we might finish it, or it looks like it's going to take a long time. If it looks like it's going to take more than that, maybe we'll split it into 2 sessions and we'll decide as a group when you want to play part 2. The gimmick of all the Masters of Crime, the hook, I should say hook. Gimmick sounds like it's bad, but I don't mean it in a bad way. The hook for all of these Masters of Crime games is that you're a criminal, or you play as a criminal. In the first 2 cases, we actually were criminals. I'm not sure in this case whether we're going to be a criminal or playing a criminal. It looks like we're going to be in jail. And it's in this family of card-based mystery games, but has elements of a cold case dossier game where we have some documents to read. The format is also such that we don't see every card, so it's in that subgenre of games where we have to choose which cards to see. There's a little bit of a choose-your-own-adventure element. Shadows introduced some new mechanics that were really quite interesting. And the other element of these games that I find very successful is the element of moral choices that we've been presented with as we play. So I'm looking forward to that. I think I reviewed Shadows and Vendetta on the channel. There is a new box due out I believe it's out already in maybe in German, but not yet in English. I think that's right. Mosquito, which I hear good things about. The channel is talking about cross stitching. I love to hear when you guys are involved in your hobbies and sharing them. Okay, let's take a look. Let's open it up and start playing, I guess. Now, remember, you can only play these games once, so if you play along with me, you won't be able to play by yourself later, though nothing gets destroyed in these games. But you might want to consider, after we read the introduction, stopping watching. They're cheap enough, probably about $20 on Amazon. I did purchase this myself with help from the Patreon supporters of this channel. I really do appreciate your help being able to buy these games and keep us unentangled with publishers. But anyway, you can always go stop watching, play it with your own group, or play it solo. Come back and watch this video after we finish playing. See how you did differently. All right, so familiar contents with all the other boxes looks the same. Here we've got this ridiculous thing for keeping our notes on. Well, I shouldn't say ridiculous. It's just not necessary. A little bit of information about timeline. That's it. Then we've got some envelopes that we'll be told when to open. Looks like maybe 10 of them or so, 13. And then they all have this little murder board, detective board, which you could use to write notes on. You probably shouldn't if you want to pass it along. It's large and poorly suited for live streaming because it's so tall, but it's really not necessary. It's just a place, a suggested place to put your cards and place to keep notes. But we tend not to use this, but maybe I'll keep it on the table for a little bit. But our space doesn't really fit our space, but that's okay. And then we've got our deck of cards. Follow the game instructions would start on the back of this. Notice there's no rule book. It's all on the cards here. I don't understand that why we don't have better technology for this. There is a little bit of internet use in these games, not huge amount though. All right, let's try. Let's see if we can organize our space here a little bit, since we are going to need every bit of it. And let's see if we can get the green screen working properly. Stop. Don't look at anything in the box yet. Don't break any of the seals. Instead, follow the game instructions, which start on the back of this card. When you're ready to start playing, turn this card over and read the instructions. Incognito is a story-based game in which you're solving a murder mystery. To find the culprit, you'll need to complete puzzles, make decisions, and follow leads. You'll need something to write with, the game materials in this box, and access to the internet. As you progress through the game, you'll come across new locations, people, and clues. Carefully study the illustrations on the fronts of the cards you draw, because the images of the locations and characters could reveal key information. We'll go over that when we hit it. If you're playing solo, you'll obviously be able to make your own decisions, but if you're playing with others, you'll need to discuss your options and agree on the best way forward. All of your decisions should be made together because you're working as a team. Incognito is not about closing the case as fast as possible, but achieving the best outcome. Take all the time you need. When only the final card is left in the stack, you can solve the case and bring the perpetrator to justice. Go to the website, select the solution of the case if you're stuck. You can also find some help on the website. You'll keep coming back to this website again and again as you gradually solve the case. It's where you enter the codes and puzzle solutions that you need to unlock new informations and leads. Draw card 2 and continue reading 2A. Ultimately, your goal is to find out who committed the murder and hold the perpetrator accountable. Along the way, there will also be plenty of other opportunities for you to show off your brilliant investigative skills. Your decisions during the game will not only affect how the game unfolds, but also determine your score at the end. Set out the detective board. You can use this board for your notes about the people in the game and to work out where you are. You can use the notes sheet, that's this one here, to write down your notes, keep track of the codes you're looking for, and organize your evidence in chronological order. There is a strip of stars at the top of the detective board. At various points in the game, you'll be given a particular number of stars when you make an especially good decision. When you receive stars, color in the appropriate stars on the detective board. The number of stars you color in will determine your score at the end of the game. So these are all rules that are common to all of the Masters of Crime games so far. Some cards require you to explore new locations, e.g. location A. When that happens, take all the cards with that name, place them in a stack on the detective board on top of the label that matches the location, ready for when you need them. Once you've placed the location's card on the board, you can visit and revisit that location at any time. For each new location, first look at both sides of the top card only. Read it out loud. At each location, you will need to make a decision and then draw the corresponding cards. So it's very frequent that every location will have two choices and you'll only see that half of the cards in that deck, something like that. Make sure you study all the images, read the text on the back side of every available card before reaching your decision. Sometimes there are clues in an image. Once you make your decision, however, that choice is final. Pay attention to the symbols on the bottom of the cards, which tell you which cards you need to discard. Return discarded cards to the box. You can no longer look at them. Some cards may require you to draw a specific card. Draw that card from the stack. Study it at certain points in the game. The symbol shown will instruct you to take one of the envelopes. And you grab that envelope. It'll contain important information or another puzzle you need to solve. You might not take all the envelopes because your choices will determine which piece of evidence you find. Don't worry, you will always have enough information to solve the case. That's a little bit of the choose your own adventure here, where it does occasionally branch off and control what evidence you see. Okay, now we go to 3A, which reminds us how to solve puzzles. Again, this is common rules in all of the Masters of Crime games we've played so far. Throughout the game, you'll have to figure out various puzzles. Solutions to these puzzles might be place names, numerical codes, or addresses. If you see the symbol, you go to the website to enter the solution, which will give you an important clue. You can find out which type of solution you need by going to this website. So sometimes it tells us the length of the solution, which is a little bit of a hint. Sometimes you'll need to use the internet, but when you do, it'll show this symbol. And here's a little reminder that when you get a phone number, the reason part of it is redacted is because you're not supposed to actually call it. But you might need to remember what it is and compare it to some other phone records. Now, turn this card over, place it on the symbol reference 1 spot as a reference for players. Okay. So here's our symbol reference. Tells us when to draw cards, discard cards, take an envelope, enter a code, use the internet, call someone using the website. That's interesting. Okay, and then a hint. That's symbol reference 1, which the game wants us to keep here, which we won't end up keeping there because we don't have the space. No one does. No one on YouTube does. Symbol reference 2. Okay, so here's what a card looks like. It reminds us when to color in stars. That's important for our score. We'll be worrying about overlooking those as we go. You guys will keep me honest there. Instructions to take envelopes, instructions to discard cards without looking at them, and instructions about drawing cards when we need them. Okay, nothing new here for us. We recommend you take a break after 2 hours. If you'd like to pause the game halfway through, you can find out how to save your progress. If you're playing as a team, we suggest sharing the following tasks. Take notes on the board. Someone for keeping track of leads and codes, someone for doing the website, someone for doing internet tasks, someone for making sure you're playing by the rules. Without looking at them, stack the finale cards, cards 5 through 8, on the designated spot on the detective board. And then you get location A on its spot and flip this card and put it on symbol 2 and begin the game by reading card 9, which is the top of location A. Okay, so these are our 2 reference cards. We'll just keep these someplace. Maybe I can put away some of my stuff here. Okay, we're done with these cards. And then the finale cards, it wants us to set aside so that we don't look at them by mistake. Okay, and then we've got location A. We don't worry about location B yet. We just worry about location A, which, if we were following the things, would be all the way up here. Okay, let's just put that there. All right, it looks like we're going to be an FBI agent sent in undercover. So the way we start the game is we just flip this card and start looking at it and read it. That's going to give us our first choice. Maybe we'll... Okay, so instead of writing on the board, we're going to use some stickers. I'll just put these aside. Let's check in with the chat, see if everyone's ready to get started here. I guess we really need the introduction to see whether we're excited about this setting or not. Now remember, we're always supposed to take a careful look at the backs of the cards before we flip them, because we could flip it and it could ask us an important decision to make. And it's not crazy to have decision early in this game. All right, we're at the FBI. It looks like we got maybe our boss in front of us, and it looks like we have a little folder marked confidential. When you arrive at Quantico, you already know what's going to be asked of you. After all, no one else has mastered the art of going incognito like you have. In Special Agent Shepard's office, you're given the short version. You'll be going undercover at the Brooklyn Maximum Security Prison. But the full situation isn't explained to you until you're in the operations office. An FBI team has been surveilling a New York gang for some time. Their mastermind is believed to be working from inside the prison, but your colleagues were missing the witness they needed to finally nail down the gang, which is known for smuggling drugs and weapons. That was until Liam O'Reilly, clearly hoping for an early prison release, came into the picture and offered to turn over evidence to the feds. But before he could share any important information, gave up the proverbial ghost. Only an idiot would think it was a coincidence, and you're no idiot. Curious, you flip open the briefing your boss laid in front of you and contemplate how best to use the hours before your incarceration. Okay, so we're an FBI agent. We're not a criminal in this case, but we're going to go undercover as a criminal in jail to infiltrate this gang that we think the leader is in prison. We're in New York City. And now we're going to make a choice about about what to do. Look at these choices. Browse the FBI database, brush up on self-defense, or get a temporary teardrop tattoo under your eye. This is what I love most about this series, these little choices. And sometimes these choices are just for fun. Sometimes there is a right answer. Oh, and we're supposed to open envelope 1 before we even make this choice. So let's go ahead and open envelope 1. We'll look at it, and then you guys should be deciding what you want to do and why. You could discuss it right now while I'm doing this. All right, let's see. So here's we're going to get a little briefing. This is where these games are like a little bit like cold case games. All right, so here we are, Operation Incognito. Location, Brooklyn Maximum Security Prison. Your mission is to uncover the circumstances of the murder of Liam O'Reilly. At this time, we believe that the gang operating under the name Brooklyn 17 is responsible for the murder. This gang, whose members wear red bandanas to signal affiliation, is known to be well established within the prison. O'Reilly, who was himself a member of this gang, planned to cooperate with the FBI. He had made an appointment to meet with a bureau representative in the prison's visiting room. Special Agent Shepard offered O'Reilly an early release on the condition that he share his insider knowledge to assist the FBI investigation of the Brooklyn 17. The exact circumstances of O'Reilly's death are still unknown. We have to assume it was an inside job. If a member of the Brooklyn 17 learned of O'Reilly's planned betrayal, a retaliation would be highly likely. Because the gang members would not freely offer information to a law enforcement officer, you will need to assume a new identity. It remains a possibility that prison staff were accomplices in the murder, or that they themselves were responsible for the death. We therefore recommend you proceed with extreme caution. We cannot risk alerting potential suspects to our investigation by revealing your identity to them. Therefore, prison personnel, with the exception of Warden Roberts, will not be informed of your secret identity. Try to maintain your cover for as long as possible. The use of force is expressly permitted at your discretion. You will also receive immunity for any crimes committed against the United States and the state of New York during your stay. So we've been given a little carte blanche to commit crimes while in prison if that helps us ingratiate ourselves with this gang. Okay, and here's our new identity. Background information for identity Cole Jackson. So here's what we're going to try to remember is our story. Our story of this person we're pretending to be, Cole Jackson, is that our reason for detention was participation in a criminal street gang, drug trafficking, illegal possession of a weapon, obstruction of justice, refusing arrest, manslaughter. We better know the gang we're pretending to be part of. That's a dangerous thing, to pretend you're part of a gang. I hope we're coming up with a gang that's in another state far away that they don't know about. Okay, we're going to pretend that we're serving a 10-year sentence, mitigating circumstances, drunk driving during commission of crime in young family. We're 34 years old, and that we live in Brooklyn. Boy, that's going to be tough. We're pretending to live where this gang works out of. We better know like what house we live in, all that stuff. We're pretending we have a job as an air conditioner installer, but we've only been working for a couple of years before we turn to a life of crime. We've got a wife, Anita Jackson, currently 7 months pregnant, a daughter, Rachel, who's 4, and the rest of our family is in Ohio. We're going to be pretending to be prone to violence, short-tempered, emotional, sociable problem. We have problems with authority, typical criminal characteristics. And our hobbies are basketball and reading. I hope those are real hobbies because we're going to have to be doing a lot of it. A little bit of background before we go. There is a TV show where they put people under, a reality show. I don't remember the name of it, but where they put people undercover in prisons, in jails, to uncover bad behavior. It's pretty nerve-wracking to watch these people pretending to be criminals in jail. And they're walking around among dangerous criminals, and pretty nerve-wracking. Okay, when it's talking about Liam O'Reilly, I thought we might be talking about the Westies, a very famous Irish gang in New York City, but no, this is some Brooklyn gang that's more recent. There's if you're looking for movies about undercover people operating in jail, well, I guess not operating in jail. I'm trying to think of one. I mean, Reservoir Dogs has an interesting couple scenes about undercover. Well, let's not go into it. All right, so here's our information of our identity, and now we must return to our first choice of the game and your first chance to off-road if you think you might want to play this game yourself. This decision could come back to haunt us. So browse the FBI database, brush up on self-defense, or get a temporary teardrop tattoo. So what we're going to do is we're going to make our first decision here as a group, and then we'll take our early break, and you'll have your chance to stop watching. All right, what does the group here feel like? Let's hear your rationale. I mean, I have thoughts. I have my decision. I have my decision. So I think this internet symbol is telling us we could look up what a temporary teardrop tattoo means. I think that's why it's got an internet symbol there. It's like you can go search and look up teardrop tattoos to tell you what it means. Does everyone know what a teardrop tattoo in prison normally means? I think it normally would mean that you killed someone. So it would be a good way to get a good rep in prison, make people take us seriously, except for one thing. Except for one thing. When the tattoo starts coming off, then we're fucked. So that's why I think 3 would be not for us. Like, if we're willing to get a real tattoo and then have it lasered off afterwards, okay, that would help us. But a temporary tattoo that could come off would be death. That's a good way to get yourself killed. Now, so for me, that rules out choice 3. Now, choice 2 feels like that's like cramming for a test. Actually, cramming for a test works. I recommend cramming for tests. But how much self-defense are we going to learn in one day? I mean, we're an FBI agent. We've had our self-defense courses. I don't see why brushing up is going to do us any good. Number 1, however, absolutely could do us good. We could learn about information about the gang that would give us some insight into what to say, what not to say. So to me, I think it's got to be number 1. And it looks like the channel is mostly on the same page here. Although Dorp is more concerned with self-defense. And Isara says, let's get a tattoo. Hopefully we'll be out of here in a couple days and it won't come off. I mean, the tattoo could help us, but it could also backfire. So I think we are going to go with the database. So just a reminder, this is how we're going to see this same idea. So our vote is done. We're going for the database. All right. So now, as a little reminder, the way this works is that this is going to be a very common theme. Location A has the 3 cards. We're told to make a choice, and we're going to look at, that's these 3 cards. We're only ever going to see the one we choose. The others are gone. So we've chosen to look at the database. So these 2, it's now going to tell us go in the box. So we got 2 stars, but we'll never know if these were better. These could be 3 stars, 1 star, nothing. All right, so we throw away cards 11 and 12. They go out of the game without us looking at them. And we follow these instructions. Let's do them in order. I shouldn't have thrown away 11 and 12. We have to get into the habit of doing these in order. Okay. Of course, this isn't the first gang you've come into contact with. Nevertheless, research is essential for every agent. If you want to find out how Liam O'Reilly died, you have to understand how his gang is run. The name Brooklyn 17 keeps popping up in both old court cases and in the FBI database. The gang seems to be known for more than just smuggling. Their brutal vendettas also frequently come up. Gang members who manage to leave are under threat of death. Blood in, blood out is the motto of this gang. It means you can only enter the gang by spilling blood, and only your own death will get you out again. Even the walls of an American prison don't give this gang pause. Quite the opposite. B-17 was supposedly founded behind bars. You understand now what you need to prepare yourself for. As you head to prison, you say your goodbyes to your normal life and take on your new identity. No more good cop. From now on, you're just one bad egg among many. Place location B on the detective board. Okay. So we get all the cards for B, which are here, 13 through 16. Pick up card 13, which is the start of location B. Look at the illustration and read through the backside, and we got 2 stars. Okay, and we get rid of cards 11 and 12. Okay, so I've gotten rid of cards 11 and 12. They're out of the board. There's location B. We're going to start off in the warden's office. The warden is the only one in the prison who knows what we're up to. And we get 2 stars, which we are going to, instead of marking the board permanently, we're just going to put little stickers on them. All right. And this envelope we can keep and refer to when we need to. So you see how the game is played. These cards are done. There's our symbols. I don't think we're going to need to refer to the symbols. We'll just stack all of our cards there. Okay, maybe this card I should put where you can't see it, because you don't need to see it. All right. Dorp says, I've seen enough movies to know that means the warden isn't going to live long. No, the warden's going to be fine. All right, so we're going to start the game by going to the warden's office. I guess location A, maybe we should keep these out here. Although we've been to this location, I don't think we're coming back. Maybe I'll just put it upside down. Let all the I'm drawing a blank on the acronym for the people that need everything lined up properly, which I think most board gamers have a little bit of that. Okay, we're going to take an early break here for 8 minutes. Those of you who have decided to stick around and join me for the game, I'll see you then. For those of you who are going to sign off, go buy your own copy, play it, and come back. I'll see you in a couple weeks. All right, we're back. YouTube says 22 concurrent viewers. It's a little high for people who should be using this video to fall asleep. One thing I'm liking about this case so far compared to the previous two cases is the sense of real danger. I feel like in our previous two cases, yeah, we were criminals, we were dealing with people that could harm us, but I didn't feel so vulnerable. Here I feel like we could get killed. Like if we make a wrong move, we could get killed here. There's no one rushing in to save us on short notice. So that's giving me a little more pause for concern. Boy, this coffee is good. This is from a local roaster. Husband and wife have this little company called Zuzu's Coffee. If you're in the Champaign or Illinois area, you might want to look them up. They do have an online website. They will send it to you. This is Ethiopian light roasted coffee. Invisible Man reminds us, hey, you know, death would be bad, but might not be the worst thing. Might not be the worst thing. It's true, we could get killed and worse things happened on the way to being killed. All right, we're starting off in the warden's office. Anything we need to notice here about this? Any clues? Not really. He looks like he's active, busy. He's not one of those show wardens that doesn't do any work. Warren Nicole Roberts makes no secret of the fact she thinks your assignment is a bad idea. You, on the other hand, think it's a bad idea that she was briefed on your undercover work. Instead of acclimating yourself to your cell, you're using the first valuable hour listening to her grievances about the prison. I can't guarantee your safety if it comes out that you're a plant. We're chronically understaffed. I also can't give you a private cell. You'll be in O'Reilly's old cell. Furthermore, I have no idea if this investigation is even necessary. It's possible the death really was an accident, the nervy warden tells you, as she makes herself a fourth cup of coffee. While she's occupied with the machine, you let your gaze wander. Among scraps of paper and post-its on the desk, you notice a bill. Without asking about it, you stealthily pocket it. In prison, you're no honorable FBI agent. The sooner you start behaving like a criminal, the better. Besides, the warden still hasn't shared anything with you that you can use. If you want to get anything out of this meeting, you'll have to take initiative. But maybe you can get her to let something interesting slip after all. What do you want to ask about? So we're told the prison staff could be involved in this, helping this gang out. The warden's the only one who knows about us. We clearly don't like that she knows about us, but we need some backup if things go wrong. And also, we could worry that she's involved, but if she's involved, we're dead. Like, it's over before it even starts. If you're going undercover, you're going to have to trust someone. You're going to have to just play the odds and say, okay, if this person knows about it, I'm dead. Well, then that's out of your control. So I think we shouldn't worry about her being in with the gang. But that doesn't mean she's not sloppy or have other information we could use. So we've grabbed a document from her desk. Are we supposed to be looking at this before we make our choice? It doesn't seem thematically like we would be able to. Maybe we have to make this choice first. I'd say there are a couple rules in this game, that are a little bit unclear. Like, here's one. Like, should we be looking at this? Should we be able to look at this before this? Or should we assume that the order of these means first we have to decide this, then we have to decide this? Then we get to open this. Right? For this case, we'll play it thematically. We're not going to look at, we've pocketed this. We're not looking at it. All right, so we're in a cell, and it's not private. We could ask about our cellmate. We could ask what she knows about the gang dynamics, or we could ask about the guards. So we could ask about how does the gang act in your prison, which you should know. We could ask about our cellmate, inside information, or we could ask about the guards. And what we've noticed is a bill. I'd really like to look at this before I make my decision, but we're not allowed to. So from my standpoint, these are all would be reasonable things to know about. However, only number 3 can we not get from anywhere else. Like, we could figure out about the gang dynamics on our own once we get in there. We could ask our cellmate. We might not get the inside information about him. So, I mean, but there may not be any more information to get. So, I mean, for a 2, I would rule out. 2, she's not going to know. And in fact, number 2, she's likely to know less about that than the cellies, than the prisoners. So I don't think she's going to have any useful information on number 2 for us. She doesn't even believe that they're involved in this. So number 2 is out. But number 1, she does have inside information about our cellmate that we could use as leverage. Maybe. But number 3, she might have a rose-tinted glasses view of her guards, but she might be able to be like, this one guard is suspicious, or I don't trust him, or so on. So I think it's between 1 and 3. 1 is more of a roll of the dice. Three seems more likely to be useful to us. Especially since let me point out, like, our biggest danger here is that one of the guards is involved in this. Like, everyone else is going to want to present themselves as a criminal and has incentive to be talking to us about stuff. It's only the guards that we could make a mistake and get caught up by. All right, let's see. What do you guys want to do? I guess I'd go with 3. You can certainly make the case that knowing about the cellmate might be useful, but we don't know, and she's not in a position to know that much about him. She knows his record, but that's it. Guards she would know about. All right, it looks like we're going to go with guards. All right, guards it is. Card 16 from deck B. No stars. She says, yeah, that's such an issue. It's really hard to find good staff. Most guards have other responsibilities, sick family members to take care of, and the like, and then their shifts aren't filled. It's always like that. On top of that, the prison has a strict budget from the state. We can hardly pay for hot meals for the inmates, but why am I going on about this? That doesn't interest you. The guards know nothing about your true identity, so please follow the rules so we don't have any issues. She says as she hands you your uniform and a map of the prison and shoos you out of her office. Glad to start. It doesn't sound like we made a useful decision there. Glad to start your mission. You say your goodbyes. After all that bureaucratic nonsense, you're finally free to start your new life as an official inmate. So C and D get put out. And then we can just, and 14 and 15 go away. Okay, so we missed out on some good information about our cellmate, it seems like. And then 14 and 15 go away, which I just did. 13 stays out on location B, as does this one. We get envelope 3, which sounds like it was going to be a map of the prison or something. And then it wants me to draw, let's see, locations C and D come out. And then it wants me to draw card 67. Now, what is this representing? Oh, there's our warden, Nicole Roberts. Not been that helpful to us. All right, so we'll put these. Where's the official place to put these? I suppose these are people that would be on the board somewhere. Remember, normally this would go up there. All right, we'll just put her off to the side. Now, it says we've got 2 new locations, but we're allowed to look at the top cards before making decision. Now, this was another one of these rule things that aren't exactly clear. It's very clear that we can look at a card before we make a decision, look at this top card, but it's not clear whether we could look at this top card, look at this card, and then decide which place we want to go. But before we even do that, let's open these 2 things. Maybe we were supposed to be able to look at this bill that we took from her desk before deciding what to ask her about. All right, so here's, hey, Nicole, our tax advisor sent this over. Important. Please also remember the meeting with the mayor. So that's her bill from tax preparation person. Dear Miss Roberts, below you'll find an overview of invoices for which we could not find any receipts. So she keeps talking about them being tight for budget. So she sent back the full breakfast and ordered standard breakfast to save $3,500. She ordered herself a coffee machine for $7,000. She ordered herself a $7,000 coffee machine. You might think that's not possible, that such a thing doesn't exist, but trust me, it does exist. There is a $7,000 coffee machine. Now, what's this? She got a $25,000 donation from the massage parlor? Five massages for $5,000 a piece. Something's weird about that. And she spent $3,000 on Gucci suits for her. One of them. Now that's for her. And she's got a Bentley car she's driving around in. $2,600 a month. So this is a fully crooked prison here, spending all their money on giving this warden a good lifestyle. However, that doesn't mean, it doesn't strictly mean she's getting kickback from the gang. It could just mean that's where they're wasting all their money. Keep this receipt as we have no other proof of the above transactions. I ask you to be more careful in the future to provide a receipt. So, yeah, it looks like this prison is being used as a slush fund for these people to live on the high life. Melissa mentions that she doesn't think this massage parlor are strictly massages. They're not standard massages. They're the happy ending massages type. All right, but that doesn't implicate her necessarily with the gang, but it is awfully suspicious. Should be enough to get this prison closed down, that's for sure. All right, let's take a look at this and see if this is a map of the prison. All right, we have a map of the prison. Let's take a good look at this. All right, so our cell, have we located which cell we're in? Let's just look at this. So lock gate, entrance, sewer, checkpoint guarded, checkpoint partially guarded. Prison yard. These red lines are sewers under the prison. All right. And then we've got locked gates and entrances. Why is that called an entrance? Locked gate and an entrance. I wonder if locked gate means you can't locked, hold on a second. Locked grate. Okay, locked grate. That makes more sense. So these are grates into the sewer system. And I guess these are entrances to the sewer system. All right, and here we have a guarded checkpoints, strictly guarded and partially guarded. Cell block B and cell block A. So we don't know what cell block we're in, but we're in one of them. We've got the commissary. That would be where you would get your food and stuff. Snacks, visiting room, offices, warden's office. So that's where she is, where we were. There's solitary confinement, guarded. Cafeteria. Cafeteria is where you would get your meals prepared, and commissary is where you would go to pick up snacks and stuff that you've paid for out of your prison fund. There's library, hospital, infirmary, medical, visiting room. Here's where the guards hang out. Bathrooms. Okay. Looks like we might have some sewer action going on here. Okay. So I'm guessing that the locked grates means you wouldn't normally be able to get into there. The entrances to the sewer might be where it would be easier to open them up. Like these might be sealed up, welded, so there'd be no way to get up through them. We'll learn about that later. All right, let's check out our cell, and then we'll decide whether we're going to let us look at both of these cards. Okay, so this is going to be our cellmate, and it looks like he's an environmentalist. It looks like maybe he's in prison for environmental crimes. He's got articles about Greenpeace and clearly whales and stuff. So he may be in jail just for trying to stop ships from whaling and stuff. Unlikely to be part of a gang. I don't see any other clues other than that. So we're allowed to look at this card. We think we're going to make a decision, but before we do, let's just look at the cafeteria. Here's the cafeteria. Nothing jumps out here to me about this room. Well, let's start off in our cell. But we have to decide whether we're going to let ourselves look at... You get to look at the side. Here's the question, in case it's not clear what I'm asking. We've looked at the back of the card. Now we're reading the front. You look into your new Spartan cell. It's obviously intended for 2 people, but your cellmate is nowhere to be seen. There's a bunk bed against one wall. Both beds are neatly made. Which of the 2 beds do you take? So it wants us to decide what bed to take. Now, the question, I suppose, the meta question here is whether we think this is the cell of the guy that got killed, or this is. It seems to me that we're not going to take... This guy's still living here. This is the guy who's still in this cell, right? So why would we take his... We're not going to take his cell. That would get us into trouble. But she tells us you'll be in O'Reilly's old cell. So O'Reilly, the gang member, is the guy who used to live here. So that's going to be his cellmate, not O'Reilly, surely. Surely the gang member was not a Greenpeace guy. So we should take the empty cell. But the question I was asking is whether we have to make this decision now, or whether, according to the rules, we could come back and turn over the cafeteria card and make our decision about the cafeteria, and then decide, do we want to go to our cell or the cafeteria? Just doesn't seem thematically like we should be able to do that. Although from the rules, it does seem like it's sort of suggesting, you can look at the both sides of the top card of each location stack before making your decision. It's just not clear. It's just not clear. We have these questions each time. I should really go do some research and decide what people have decided. But I think thematically, we could look into our cell and then put it off. Jamie has an interesting way of thinking about it. If we're trying to show we're a bad person, we would take the top and kick him out. That's a very interesting way to look at this. I like your thinking, but we don't even know what this guy looks like yet. This could be some 250-pound muscle builder Greenpeace guy. Seems unlikely, but maybe we should choose our battles. Choosing your battles is a big part of life. I feel like we don't need to intimidate our cellmate yet. All right, so let's try to play this thematically, but also logically. We've looked in our cell. Before we make a decision, let's go to the cafeteria. As you enter the large, low-ceilinged dining room, all faces turn to look at you. Only one table of inmates, clustered around a heavily tattooed man with shoulder-length hair and a goatee, seems to be enjoying themselves too raucously to pay any attention. Your mouth waters a little at the thought of finally getting something to eat. With your stomach loudly growling, you head straight for the end of the short line. Spotting a menu hanging on the wall next to you, you stealthily slip it into your jumpsuit. The dishes listed on it don't sound so bad. Unfortunately, they have very little to do with what you see in front of you at the counter. With large sweeping motions, a refrigerator of a man is scooping a gray gruel onto trays. Apparently, the refrigerator notices your disgusted expression. Why are you just standing there? Are you gonna collapse because you don't like my food too, or what? He snaps. How will you react? Okay, so clearly we can't now go to our cell. Once we reveal this card, it does seem like we have to make a decision here. Okay, so we've grabbed the menu from the wall, which is 4, but it doesn't seem like this is this problem. I really wish they had explained this better. They could have just had one little page of rules. They were so determined not to have rules. I mean, here's taking card 70. Like, should we take card 70 and look at it before we make this decision? '70 is going to be this guy. So I'm going to say we are allowed to do that. Because that's going to be a picture of this guy, and we should know who we're dealing with. I really don't like that they couldn't clarify that stuff. So look, here's 70. Was I right? Seems like it. All right, here's this inmate. Oh, look what he's got. Do you notice? I see some stuff. What do you see? I see something. What do you see? What's that? He's got a B-17 tattoo. And he's got a teardrop tattoo. Now, is this the cook, or is this the guy sitting down that everyone's laughing around? Only one table of inmates, a heavily tattooed man with shoulder-length hair and a goatee. That's not this guy. This guy is the cook. Okay, he doesn't have a goatee or shoulder-length hair. So now we're dealing with the refrigerator of a man. All right. So given that we're saying we're allowed to look at this guy, we're going to say whenever we see this, we get to look at it first. And we get to look at this. So we're going to open this up, I guess. We're going to say that these decisions don't have to be made right away. All right. So here is the menu plan. Now, do we know what day today is? I mean, we did find this bill on her desk, which is dated 2/14/22. So, but it could be an old bill. Were we told what day it was at any point? Doesn't seem like it. Oh, wait. Hold on a second. Today, 3/3/2002. Okay, start of our assignment. Good, 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 good. Okay. It's a weird choice to put that on that sheet, but okay. So here is today's menu. Orange, slices of bread, sausage patty, cup of tea, packets of margarine, and 2 slices of cheese. So it looks like if you're in, you get the good meals, perhaps. Or there could be some coded thing in here. All right, so here's the guy who's the cook, and we are now going to decide what to say to him. Knowing that he's a member of the gang we want to infiltrate. That's what we should be thinking about. How are we going to best infiltrate into this gang? So number one is sort of the forward approach. Like we're going to ask him, hey, who gets the better meals? Who do I got to talk to get better meals? Number two, that's a weird question to be asking. And number three, that's a weird thing to say too. But he seems to care about whether people like his meals. He says, because you don't like my food too, or what? So we could try to get on his good side by saying, hey, your food looks great. And we are hungry. On the other hand, can you just say, I'll take 2 servings? Is that legal? Can you say in prison, hey, give me 2 servings? But maybe it's a joke. I think we should go with the joke. I think the best way to deal with this tough guy is to joke with him, not be pushing to get to know what his connections are. That's too forward. The first thing you say to some guy is, hey, who do I got to talk to get better meals? That's not the way to get in with this guy. This guy's going to pop you in the nose. Who do I have to talk to get better meals? That seems dangerous. Although, maybe we got to speed this up along. Maybe that's how we get the connections quickly. Let's see what the channel thinks. I think we go for a joke, or we try to fast forward this whole thing and find out who to talk to, who's got pull in this prison right away. I'm inclined to start off a little lighthearted with a joke until we figure out what this guy's all about. I don't want to go too. You can't go too fast with these things. People get their guard up. All right, looks like we're gonna start with a joke. We're gonna start with a joke. Hey, it looks so good, I'll take two. I like it. I like it. He does look like he appreciated a joke. I don't agree with you. Oh, I don't know what I'm doing there. Okay, so card 23. Hey, it looks so good, I'll take two. The giant doesn't care for your attempt at humor. Is that supposed to be a joke? I know this slop doesn't look appetizing, but the ingredients just keep getting cheaper and more disgusting, he snaps at you, positioning himself behind the counter. A colleague tries to calm him down. Hey man, relax. It was just a joke from the new guy. No one's insulting your cooking. But his attempt backfires badly. Instead of calming down, the enormous inmate is now really furious. And O'Reilly's fit was also just a joke, or what? He bellows back at his colleague. You can't help yourself when you hear the name O'Reilly and you ask what he means. When you're dragged over the counter by your jumpsuit, you regret not keeping your mouth shut. You feel a hard blow to your temple, then everything goes black. We just got put in the hospital, the infirmary. Okay, so far we're not doing so good in prison. And now the infirmary comes out. Immediately, it says. This guy just punched us in the head. Knocked us out. Lovely. All right, so I got rid of cards 21 and 22. That were the other discussion we could have with this guy. Well, now we know. We learned something. This guy does not really like humor. And it says we should read card 24, the top card, immediately. Well, let's take a look at it. Moth Fiddle Tree. What's that? That sounds like it might be Moth Fiddle Tree. I think we better write that down. That sounds like a clue of some sort. Moth Fiddle Tree. Like a password to open up that locker? All right, getting sent to the infirmary is not the worst idea. I see extra jumpsuits. Moth Fiddle Tree. MFT. Okay. A harried doctor presses an ice pack to your throbbing head. She's already seen to the other wounds from the scuffle. You're disappointed to see you're the only one who's landed in the infirmary. 5 days can be hard. The other inmates have known each other for a while and formed groups, and they're filled with an endless rage at being locked up here, she explains, looking at you sympathetically. Dr. Michelle Adams, she introduces herself. I'm the psychiatrist and doctor in this institution. Whether you have a banged up face or you just need to talk, I'm the person to come to. When you don't answer, Dr. Adams continues, I think behavioral therapy would be a great idea for you. I took a look at your file, and I think we could make progress with a good aggression management program. We've had some real success with it. I'm somewhat of an expert in that field. Most patients who find themselves on a path like yours have just never learned to express their emotions, and when they learn how, they're often wonderful people. When she says that last part, her eyes glisten with tears, probably to hide her emotions. Dr. Adams turns and makes herself busy with a medicine cabinet. All right, so she's got a heart of gold, trying to reform these prisoners. Now it wants us to take card 25, 26. 25 and 64. Okay, so 25 is an infirmary card, and 64 is one of these cards at the back of the deck, which look like they're people. So we're going to get a look here at Michelle Adams. Here she is, the doctor psychiatrist with a heart of gold. Remember, a heart of gold is okay as far as it goes until they start taking advantage of you. So even if we don't think she has bad motives, it doesn't mean the prisoners aren't taking advantage of her. There was a recent Netflix series, limited series, about a true story of a prison escape recently called something like Escape from Dannemora. It's the name of a prison. Dannemora. Someone will tell me in the chat. Quite a good show. Very good, in fact, with Benicio del Toro and another guy who played the Riddler in the Batman movie, who's a really good, compelling actor to watch. Based on a true story, and it involved a guard that they took advantage of. What was the name of that movie? It's really good. Not movie, Netflix limited series. All right, so 25 and 64. Okay, so 64 is this woman. And she's busy. I think we're going to try to open that locker, perhaps. Here's 25. When you try to sit up, you immediately feel dizzy. Dr. Adams gestures at you to relax. You took a real hit from Santiago Hernandez, didn't you? He's a strong one. But that's not all there is to him. I think most conflicts arise because the inmates never really get to know each other, just the hard shells they present. When I look at your file, I see so many similarities between you and Mr. Hernandez. Did you know you're both family men? Total family men. That's really nice. Get to know Santiago. Doctor's orders. She gives you a friendly wink. From the bottom of a pile of documents, she fishes out a copy of a high school yearbook and presses it into your hands. Give each other a chance and get some exercise. But start out slow. You probably have a light concussion and maybe some walking, she suggests as she helps you to stand, confused by the odd advice you've just been given. And with a pounding head, you make your way out of the infirmary. Maybe some fresh air would actually do you some good. All right, and now we place location F, which is the basketball court, onto the board. Okay, basketball court is a big location. We haven't been getting any stars. All right, but we also got envelope 5. So that's the infirmary. And it didn't tell us to throw away these other cards. They still stay out there with her. And she gave us some weird advice that we remarked was weird. She said, get to know him. We're both family men. She's given us a yearbook book. And then she wants us to start walking and take it easy. Okay. Why is she so hot on us making friends with this guy? All right, Santiago Hernandez gives us his birthday, September 25th. That's pretty far away. That's not going to help us. Nicknames, Biggie, Sonny, Herfundez. He likes the New York Knicks. We could go research that basketball team, the New York Knicks. The Thug Life Chose Me. That's going to be from some song, rap song. But look, his favorite subjects were physics, biology, and the robotics team. And he wants to go to college. And he won the state robotics championship. Then we've got a photo here. Here he is on the robotics team with fellow teammates. They built a little rover. Okay, what do you get from this? What do you think that? You think that person's his brother, his little brother? I wouldn't be surprised. Let's see. Left to right, Damian Goodweather, Santiago Hernandez. That's got to be wrong, don't you think? Bobby Hernandez, yes. Oh, here. This is Damian Goodweather. Then we've got Santiago, and sure enough, it's her brother, Bobby. Tom Dellinger, Joshua. Oh, sorry, it's going left to right. So Damian Goodweather, Santiago Hernandez, Bobby Hernandez, Tom Dellinger, Joshua Fisher, Tom Bell, and Jimmy Packer. All right, so he's got a little brother. He's got a little brother who he surely cares about. Could be useful for leverage for us. All right. All right, well, now we know how to get in with him a little bit more. All right, the doctor suggested we go to the basketball court outside and get a little exercise in, but she says, take it easy, just walk at first, don't get involved in some game yet. Here we are out in the prison yard. Or we could go back to our cell and take our bunk. What's the hurry to go back to our cell? I mean, we could go rest up. She said to go for a walk. I think we should I guess we should at least look at the top of this card. All right, they're playing basketball. Now, what do you notice in this picture? What's significant here? What's significant about this picture? Anyone see what I see? Takes too long to get replies on YouTube. What I see is that everyone's wearing red bandanas, which is the signal that this gang tends to use. All right, let's see what we got. The fresh air actually does do you some good. You take a couple of deep breaths, immediately feel much more like yourself. The yard consists of mainly of a large basketball court watched by two guards. Two teams are forming for a new game. Both could still use some players. While one team looks somewhat chaotic, the other team is organized around a goateed man. That's the guy we saw at the cafeteria. Do you want to join the game? Ugh. Already we gotta make a decision about joining. These decisions are agonizing. All right, let's go get card 66, see what we're dealing with now. But clearly the red team is the gang that we're interested in. Okay, here's the goateed guy. He's also a member of B17, clearly. 3 teardrop tattoos on his eye. He's killed 3 people. So this could be the boss we're looking for. And he's the guy running this team here. And we are told that Santiago likes the New York Knicks, which we could look up. So we're not going to bother with this. Sorry, we're not going to bother with this now. But if we get into a question about like, who's your favorite player or who's your favorite rapper, we're going to allow ourselves to look this up. How is he looking this up in prison? I don't know. I guess we're not in prison. All right. So what do we want to do here? So we are pretty good at basketball, we must assume, because that's the identity we've taken on as our undercover. So it does seem like we might be able to get in with this group by joining them. I'm just a little nervous about, like, we just had a concussion. He says he's feeling better, but should we be taking it easy? I mean, is this like a trick question? Like, what if we join them and we're bad and we pass out because of our concussion? That's not going to do us well. That's not going to be good for us. Should we believe this and we feel better? I'm just going to read this thing about the infirmary. As you try to sit up, you immediately feel dizzy. Ugh. She says we should take it easy. You have a light concussion. Start out slow. But here we are feeling fine. This is tricky. Oh, this is tricky. I mean, is this our opportunity to get in with this gang? We do play basketball. Normally, I'd be the cautious type. I'd be like, let's walk around and learn a little bit more first. We're trying to get in right away, but maybe we gotta strike while the iron's hot. I think I need to have a hole for this one. We're clearly not joining the blue team, but it's only a question of whether we try to start making inroads into this gang right away, because we are basketball players, or whether we shouldn't walk around and just observe first. This is a little tricky for me. All right, try to put your head into our undercover guy. If we weren't just injured, it would be a whole different matter. This is tricky. Do we play it safe? Do we think we still have concussion? Well, I don't want to join this team and then pass out. That's not going to look good for us. And I'm going to stop the vote here because we've got enough votes to do what I think we should do, which is walk around. I think before you got to know when to pull the trigger and when to start doing stuff. And I feel like we should learn the ropes first. Go watch Glenn Ross. There's a little discussion by Al Pacino about keeping your mouth shut till you know what the game is. You don't really know enough yet. We gotta get the lay of the land. So we're gonna walk around. We're gonna go walk around a little bit. See what we can observe before we start trying to make connections. You decide to listen to Dr. Adams and take a few laps around the yard. It's a pretty boring walk, but something is happening on the court. After Santiago Hernandez wins the game with a spectacular dunk, the team's tattooed captain kneels next to the basket. While the others celebrate behind him, he pulls a small note from his prison jumpsuit and stealthily slips it into a crack in the concrete. You definitely have to get that message. Moving quickly, you make a small arc around the yard and pull the note from its hiding place. You tuck it away, stand up, and try to disappear as fast as possible. This does not seem smart. Unfortunately, you bump into a member of the losing team who's clearly already in a bad mood. Of course, he takes your accidental bump as a provocation. The situation would almost be funny if you didn't know exactly what was about to happen, and sure enough, a few minutes later, you're back with Dr. Adams. Wow, that's rough. Look at all these cards we're told to throw away. I feel like that was not the right thing to do. We're going to get a reputation as a pushover here. People keep beating us up. I'm not thrilled with that outcome. We get rid of card 29, 30, 32, 33, 34. Wow, we lost all of these cards. I feel like that was going to be the opportunity to get in with this gang that we've now lost. That hurts a little bit. All right. But we're now talking to the infirmary woman again. Get out card 27 and card 61. I mean, it's a good sign that this game is causing me some anxiety from making bad decisions. All right, so we got 2 more cards. We did everything there. Back at the infirmary, I told you to just go for a walk. You couldn't possibly have injured your shoulder walking, Dr. Adams scolds. I think it's time we put together a reasonable treatment plan, one you'll stick to. We'll begin with the diagnosis. What do you see in these pictures? The psychiatrist asks, while she holds up a page of ink blot pictures. Before you can tell her, first one looks like roadkill to you. A nurse calls the doctor away to see an urgent case. Rest your shoulder for a while. A nurse will come by soon and give you a sling. If you want. We'll get to that diagnosis another time, she calls to you as she leaves. But you have no interest in resting. Your gaze rests on a large locker where Dr. Adams probably keeps her personal belongings. There's a 3-digit padlock on it. You sure would like to know what Michelle Adams is keeping locked up there. So we've got a code that we're going to answer on the website. And we get envelope 7, which is going to be maybe the close-up of the locker with what we already noticed on it. No, here's the ink blot she showed us. That's a little bit unexpected. Okay, and this looks like a guitar. Moth. Tree. And what we noticed written on her locker was moth, fiddle, tree, the words. So here they are. Moth, fiddle, tree. And here we have moth, tree, what looks like a guitar, but could be called a fiddle. Okay, for whatever they call it. So that's not a guitar. That is a fiddle. Okay, so moth, fiddle, tree. Fiddle, moth, tree. All right, so I think you could look at it like this is a 3, this is a 0, something like that. I think we are looking at, I think what we're looking at is an 8, a 3, and a 0 that we should put in the order that we see them on her locker. So I'm thinking that the answer is 380. That's what I think. That this ink blot tells us that fiddle is 8, moth is 3, and tree is 0. And this is giving us the order 380. That's my guess. Anyone have an alternative idea before we try that? I suppose before we even try that, we could look at this card, this note we found in the pavement. This guy left it. It says, you're in, you'll take over his position. Since you're going to stay with us for a while now, I have a job for you. Meet me at the commissary to ink the new contract. Place location L, which is the commissary. So it feels like we really lost out by not joining that basketball game. But who knows? I mean, we'll find out when we look through this after we play. So commissary location came out. And we're going to see who's going to take over in the gang for the guy that was killed. I think that's what we're talking about here. You're in, you'll take over his position, the guy that just got killed. Since you're going to stay with us for a while now, I have a job for you. Meet me at the commissary to ink the new contract. All right, well, that could be useful for us, but meanwhile, let's try to answer this puzzle. So let's, for the first time, not the last, get out our website. And go to, let's close everything else down first. Okay. Incognito, enter codes. Here we go. Oh, you don't see it, do you? Okay. Okay, we can fix that. All right, enter codes here. Let's see if it works better on desktop or tablet. Looks the same. All right. So this is card 27. All right. What's the combination to Dr. Adams' locker? So what did I claim it was? Moth, fiddle, tree. Okay, so I claim it's moth, fiddle, tree. Matches that in that order. So I claim it's 380. Moth, fiddle, tree, 380. Fold it wouldn't be a bad idea. Folding it wouldn't be a bad idea. We would see this, though, if we did. So I don't think that really helps us, but otherwise, that's a good idea. All right, so since I have no alternative suggestions, we're going to go ahead and put this in 380, and we're going to see if I'm right or if we have to make a different guess. If I'm wrong, we might get penalized. So, more fiddle. I feel pretty good about that. With a satisfying click on the lock on Dr. Adams' locker opens, inside are some documents. Take envelopes 6 and 11. All right, so I was right. 6 and 11. We've broken into her personal locker. I feel a little guilty. She seems like a nice woman. 6 and 11. And then we're done with that. All right, let's go get ourselves 6 and 11. I'm still haunted by that basketball court decision, I gotta tell you. Let's see what we found, though, in her locker. Then we'll take a break. It's a boarding pass. Boarding passes. I wonder if she's going to fly out of the country with one of our prisoners. What have we got here? So, passengers' names seem encrypted. This is a previous ticket because today is March 3rd, and this is for February 5th. From New York to Oslo, maybe? 19A and 19B. 2 tickets. Business class. A month ago. A month ago. Do we know the backstory about when the guy was killed that we're going in to investigate? Like, what was this guy Liam, he was killed. Just read this again. Surveilling the gang for some time, Liam O'Reilly came into the picture, offered evidence. Before he could share evidence, he's killed. Okay, so I don't know then. We don't know what's the significance of this. All right, let's see what this other one. Maybe we have better luck here. This looks promising. Hey, baby. I hope you're doing well, keeping your head up. But if I know anything about my big, strong man, there's nothing to worry about. You're probably already putting together your latest plan to finally get out and come back home in that clever head of yours. Baby, I'll stick by you no matter what, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health. I'll never leave you. I'm your only real family, not the gang. As soon as you're out, we'll move somewhere close, somewhere else, where you'll be safe. We'll just leave the country. I can hardly wait until you hold me in your strong arms again and until you look at me again the way you do. Maybe I can visit you again this weekend. Would we maybe be able to get a little time alone in the family room to celebrate our engagement? Then maybe I can give you a little taste of what you have to look forward to the rest of your life once you're out of prison. I love you so much. Stay strong, Joanna. They intercepted this on 228. So I think maybe if you put these two together, what we've got is our doctor trying to help this prisoner and his wife, or his new engaged person, get out of the country. Is that what she's doing? She's trying to help them escape from this. This seems to be a letter, like our prison doctor has this because a prisoner has given it to her. This is not her letter. She's just taken this. A prisoner has given her this to show her my life's changing. I'm going to reform. I'm going to stop the prison. And this very well could be a letter to our guy, Liam, before he was killed. This could be why he was planning to get out, tell the FBI what they needed to know about the gang, and then he was going to leave the country with Joanna. I wonder if this name can help us in any way. So I don't think this implicates Michelle Adams in any way. I think this is just, she's the psychiatrist, and these are documents from one of the prisoners confiding in her. But Jamie has an interesting alternative theory. Janie's theory is that what if Michelle Adams was in love with the prisoner and she discovered that he was going to get out and run away with this woman, and she got jealous and told the gang about him? That's a pretty interesting idea, that our doctor is emotionally unstable, in love with this prisoner, and when she found out that he had a good life outside prison, that she would tell him. But this letter doesn't say anything about him giving up information. So I don't know. I don't think so. But that's a very fun idea. All right, so commissary to ink the new contract. Okay. So that's where we are. Don't feel like we've been doing all that well with our decisions, but it's still early in the case. We just get everything organized here. It's the cell we haven't done. Maybe we need to have some better way to note when we finish the location. Okay, is the infirmary actually done? Have we seen all the cards in the infirmary that we're allowed to see? I don't think so. I don't think we saw 26. I don't think we were allowed to see 26 yet. All right, let's take our next break here. We'll come back in 8 minutes and we'll head over either to our cell or the commissary. I'll see you then. We're back in the chat. A little observation about this letter having a sort of distinctive heart design. If Sarah says, let's see if we can't find someone maybe with a tattoo that matches that. I think that's good thinking. I think we might also look for someone with a tattoo of the name Joanna on it, or Joe. And it does seem to me like tattoos play a large role in prison and gangs, and we should maybe be more seriously looking at tattoos of people, especially since we aren't given their names. So here's our B-17. No sign of any hearts on him, but he does have an eye or names. But what about Santiago? He does have a noticeable 12. I wonder if that's going to be a Knicks player. 12 or a 17. I wonder if that's going to be the name of a New York Knicks basketball player. Does seem to have a name on his right hand here, but I don't think it says Joanna. It's a little hard to see for sure. I had a couple more thoughts during the break. One was whether we might take more seriously the possibility of decoding these encrypted names. So let's look. It's a MA50503 0806 are passenger names. They seem like that's encrypted. But we think one of them should probably be well, one of them could be the doctor. Dr. Michelle Adams. Or it could be Joanna, or it could be a prisoner. So M.A. Michelle Adams. Bingo. Absolutely bingo. Michelle Adams. And who is L.O.? Who is L.O.? We know an L.O. We absolutely know an L.O. Don't we? This is why it pays to dwell on these things. Liam O'Reilly. Absolutely right. Absolutely right. That's our informant who's been killed, and our little doctor is planning to fly away with him. She's bought a ticket for February 5th. This little hussy, this little unstable, heart of gold woman is planning to fly away with our dead gang member, who very possibly has an engaged woman outside prison. Did she discover this and turn our guy into the gang to get him punished? Or would she do anything for him and would never turn him in? All right, but that's Michelle Adams. 100% flying away with our dead informant. All right, now I feel a little bit better about our basketball game because I feel like we cracked a little piece of our mystery. The other thing I noticed is in this letter, we have handwriting for our person who we think may be the boss. Let's keep that in mind. If we ever need to compare handwritings, got one there. Jamie points out she got the letter after the ticket date. Yes, it's definitely worth noting that these tickets are purchased on February 5th, and they've intercepted this letter from Joanna on February 28th. What we don't know, however, is whether this letter was to our guy, Liam, or is just another letter to another person. That's why we're going to have to keep track of if we can find who this is about. One last thought I had about our cell. So we went to our cell, right? And we looked at the cell image and we said, okay, up here's a guy who's maybe in jail for Greenpeace terrorism stuff. And then which beds do you take? And we were saying, well, and this is Liam's cell. We're thinking, okay, Liam was in this bed and got killed, and so this is the empty bed we should take. But you could look at it the other way. I was thinking, like, maybe we're thinking we should occupy the bed that's empty. But you could say that we should, and someone else in the channel is saying we should just exert our dominance by taking this guy's top cell and kicking his stuff out and being like, we're taking the top cell now. But you could also look at it the other way. Like, if we think his cellmate may have turned him in or something, or searched his bunk and taken stuff, maybe by taking this occupied bunk, we could get information about the guy that lives in this room now. Whereas this cell is likely to have been cleaned out. It's an interesting idea. Okay, and then there's a comment in the chat about the tickets weren't purchased on 2/5, it was the date of departure. Okay, well, either way, the point is we don't know when they're purchased. But what we do know is that these tickets were obviously purchased before this was intercepted. The departures on the 5th, we don't know when they were purchased, but they were obviously purchased before the 5th, which is before the letter. That's the only thing that's relevant for us. All right, so we know that we want to go to the commissary to try to intercept this. But it feels like it's been a while since we haven't gone into our cell, and we should make our decision about our cell. So what does the channel want to do? Do we want to jump in this guy's upper top bunk and kick him out without knowing anything about him and hope to discover something? Or do we want to take the bottom bunk and hope that we can find something that Liam might have left under his stuff? Okay. I don't think, let's not worry about that. Jamie says, take the bottom bunk. We've already been beaten up twice. But Isara says, take the top bunk. Take the dead guy's bunk. Maybe there's something there. I guess I would lean towards that too. Although realistically, I would wonder if he's stolen his stuff. Get more time with the doctor. All right, let's take the... It seems too obvious, doesn't it, to take the bottom bunk? I feel like we've been punished for being passive this game. All right, let's go against my instincts. Let's take the top bunk. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. We're going to take the top bunk. This is a little nerve-wracking, but we might assume that the guy at the top bunk can be pushed around a little bit. Okay, here we go. Top bunk. We're going to think like a prisoner. Think like a prisoner. Take the top bunk. Although I don't think that's what a prisoner would do. Top bunk. Oh boy, no stars. As soon as you make yourself comfortable in the top bunk, your cellmate moseys in. I always used to have the top bunk when I shared with Liam, but I'll happily take over the bottom bunk. It's supposedly safer, but that obviously didn't help Liam. On the day he died, he hid himself there all day. He jumped at every sound. He only relaxed when he was taken to the visiting room, but clearly he wasn't safe there either. Your cellmate tells you without introducing himself. The words seem to come with difficulty. He has a general air of gloom. You climb out of bed and offer him your hand. Cole. You introduce yourself monosyllabically without acknowledging his speech. Your cellmate looks at you assessingly for a moment, nods, and silently lies down on his new bunk. After a minute, he pulls a medical wristband from the pillowcase and tosses it out of the bed. So we were supposed to find that wristband, but we didn't. That must have belonged to Liam, he comments. As he rolls away from you, you pocket the wristband and leave the cell. All right, so we made the wrong decision there. We still got it, but we didn't get our star. We are not going to do so well on score here. All right. So get rid of card 19, the other cell card that we didn't get access to. At least we didn't get ourselves beaten up. And then G and H come out. Okay, so we've got the rec room. And we've got the library have come out. And we don't get, oh yes, we are going to get a look at this guy, 60 and 69. All right, so there's the wristband, and there's our cellmate, the Greenpeace guy, who seems like a reasonable enough guy. Let's take a look at him. Okay, we've got his inmate number. I was looking, we know this guy's name is Santiago Hernandez, but his inmate number is JK. That doesn't seem like there's a way to convert that. Okay, this guy's not all tattooed up. He's a bookworm, a Greenpeace activist. And here we have a patient number. 1369441. It does seem like we know he likes the doctor. The doctor and him, doctor was planning to fly away with him. So let's keep that in mind. If I look at the board here, this looks like our cellmate at the library. So we might want to visit him. However, before we do that, we really do narratively, thematically, better go observe who is taking over Liam's position. So let's go to the commissary. Okay, this guy looks like he just got beat up. Someone's beating up the commissary guy. And he's got a blue hat. The note you retrieve from the crack in the baseball court leads you to the commissary, but there's no sign of the tattooed captain anywhere. Instead, a very young-looking inmate, maybe 20 years old, behind the window, is busying himself organizing the store shelves. He doesn't notice you sidling up to the closed commissary door. Unobserved, you bend and pick up a paper that must have been dropped when the new delivery was made. He only stops arranging the newly delivered goods on the shelves when you knock on the window. You wince in shock when you see the wreck of his face. Someone got this kid worse than Santiago got you. Although his eye is still swollen, the gnarly laceration on his head is scabbed over. Damn, who did that to your face? You ask before you can stop yourself. Instead of answering, the kid shrugs and stands silently in an awkward posture, staring at you defiantly. He doesn't appear to want to answer your question. Maybe he'll be more talkative about something else. Okay, and we got 1 star, which is kind of weird since you're going to have to read this card no matter what. Okay, so we can ask about his injury again. We can ask him about the incident at his school. We don't know any incident at his school. We can ask him about his tattoo. Oh, maybe, well, card 65 is going to be him, so let's take a look at him. It looks like maybe he's been inked into B17. He may now be joined the gang, and he may have gotten... Well, okay, so he may be the new guy. I mean, we're told this note says, meet me at the commissary. This guy is not going to be this is the worker at the commissary. So I was going to think that this guy was a note to this guy, but it doesn't seem like he would be the recipient of this note because he works at the commissary. You wouldn't say meet me at the commissary to someone who works there, right? It looks like he has a B17 tattoo, but could that be just meant to confuse us? And really, when he takes his hand away, it's something else. Certainly is a fresh tattoo, though. And it certainly looks like a B17, but then what is he covering up? Like, what is he holding? He's not covering the B17, he's covering something else. It's also weird that, like, the 17 is fully visible, but only the bottom half of the B. Does that match how the B17 looks? I don't think so. B should be as high as the 17. B should be as high as the 17. So I'm thinking that's not a B. So I don't think that is a B17 tattoo. So I think maybe we should ask him about his tattoo. And we don't know anything about his school, so that's not going to help us. All right, let's ask him about his tattoo. Card 58 at the commissary. He doesn't want to talk about the injury, right? Because we already asked him, and he doesn't want to talk about it. Okay, I'm going to ask him about his tattoo. The young inmate is clearly proud of his tattoo, even if he tries not to show it. We ask about his tattoo, and he goes, then you know who you have the honor to speaking to. Somebody had to take over the position, and I prove my value. He indicates his induction into the Brooklyn 17 as subtly as a neon sign. Okay, I guess I was wrong about all of that. When you ask him about it directly, he backtracks. I mean, the position at the commissary, obviously, it had to be filled, and today's my first day. When you ask him if he had to pay for the position with a broken cheekbone, he shakes his head, smiling sadly, and says, more like with a few extra years on my sentence, but what it'll be? Want to buy something? If you have card 63 to trade, you can get something from the kiosk now. All right, well, not only is it a tattoo of B17, but he's proudly talking that he's the new guy that we saw that was mentioned here. I have a job for you, okay? Maybe his job is working in the commissary now. And he's taking over Liam's position. So maybe Liam worked at the commissary is what we're finding out. Position at the commissary, it had to be filled. Today is my first day. Okay, so this is a little twist. This seemed to be a note about taking over position in the gang. Looks like it's a little bit of both. You're taking over position in B17, but also it's a job at the commissary. All right, let's give ourselves these 2 stars. Okay, and then card 63, which we don't have. Are we allowed to come back here? When we do, it's not clear. But the rest of the commissary cards, 56 and 57, we don't get. And this is the first time that we've seen this that we can't do. It seems clear that we need to have card 63 in order to do this puzzle. There's nothing for us to put in here. So I guess we're just going to put this here to deal with when we can. Cafeteria. Oh, you didn't read that one. Cafeteria, we took card 70. We made a choice. Oh, we did do 23. Okay. I want to make sure that I guess I'm going to change these. I'm going to do them face up when we resolve them. Otherwise, I'm a little worried that we've got some decks with cards that are up that we haven't seen. We haven't been to the rec room. We haven't been to the library. But we have been to the basketball court, and we've been to the infirmary and seen everything except card 26, which is still available for us. All right, I want to go to the library because I think that's our cellmate here. And I see we've got a book on Goethe, Dante, and Orwell. These are serious books that looks like maybe our Greenpeace activist is the only one studying in the library. The library is the first room where you feel like you can take a deep breath. It's only as you enjoy the calm you realize how stressful and loud the atmosphere of the rest of the prison constantly is. A few inmates browse the long rows of bookshelves. Glancing at the shelves, you see classics, shelved right next to pulp thrillers. But you have no time to refresh your literary education. Just as you enter, the library's One guard exits the room, leaving his place at the PC unoccupied, an opportunity you won't let go to waste. But you can't risk being caught snooping around. Someone will have to keep a lookout for you while you futz with the computer. To your surprise, you spy your cellmate deep in a book. Once you catch his attention, you get right to the point, but he doesn't seem enthusiastic. How can you convince him? The animal lovers have to stick together. Come on, one family man to another, or we threaten him with violence. Well, we know he's an animal lover. We don't know that he's a family man. We know Santiago is a family man. And violence? Why would we do that? He seems like a reasonable guy. I think we should have tried the animal lovers thing. Although that seems like it's less likely to work than violence. I know our guy is not a violent guy, but I mean, we don't know that, but we don't suspect that. He's our only friend here, really. Okay, the chat says, I don't think we opened envelope 10, LOL. All right, you gotta give me more than that. You gotta remind me that we should have opened envelope 10. I mean, envelope 10 is in the box. So yes, we didn't open it, but are you trying to say that I've forgotten that we were given it? Yes, you are. At the commissary, we found envelope 10. Thank you. Okay, so this was the note that was dropped off here. All right, so thank you for pointing that out. I do note this one is way up here. So clearly this one we are supposed to have before making our decision. All right, thank you. Oh, this is going to be the code. All right, good. All right, let's see what we've got here. Maybe we're going back to the commissary. Suites and bars. So we've got a website we can visit. Okay. A pair of flip-flops, a margarita pizza, 5 burgers, 8 hot dogs, 10 bags of peanuts, 2 tubes of toothpaste, 8 bars of hand soap, 10 canned food, 28 ounces, and 24 soft drinks. They're all been received. We've got their sizes. Missing or damaged items must be reported. Cannot accept any later claims. Entire range at sweetsandbars.com. And then we've got 3 little clues. And weirdly colored, ONSET, onset, first word, first letter, second word, second letter, and so on. Example 2 plus 3 plus 4, pay attention to the descriptive text. Okay, we're going back to the commissary, and we're going to try to figure out what we're supposed to do, but first we go to sweetbars.com. All right, so let's grab this and try to see what this website is all about. Everything for your kiosk. Buy individual products or entire assortments for your prison kiosk. We deliver quickly, affordably, and discreetly to all prisons in the East Coast region. We used cookies. Okay, that's fine. Order now. Canned goods, sweet temptation, fast food, drinks, our range. Boy, there's a lot of stuff here. Holy cow. Why is this website so big? Order, redeliver, sell, the man behind sweets and bars. Bobby Hernandez. Huh, it's the brother. It's the brother of Santiago Hernandez. So if you were trying to find a way to deliver drugs into a prison, this would be ideal. You got your brother working the delivery. Very interesting. So Santiago's brother runs this prison commissary delivery. Very interesting. I feel like that's a major part. You only need to scan capitals under each thing. First word, first letter, second word, second letter. So it seems like it's saying like we've got an F, a P, a B, H, D, P, T, H, C, S. 2 plus 3 plus 4 equals question mark. Sounds like it's gonna. I wonder if it means that we're going to get a code word, and for each letter in the code word, we're going to find whether it's an F, a P, a B, an H, D, P, T, and then when we do, we look up its quantity, we add them together, and we get a number. That sounds right. All right, let's explore the website a little bit more. So if we wanted to order, what would we do? Choose from our selection of non-perishable goods. Soft drinks, canned goods, peanuts, sandwiches, pizza, citizens. Firm to the bite. Why is it called citizens instead of burgers? That seems like a little translation problem. The man behind it. Delivery order. Send us your order by mail. Review our menu list carefully. Delivery. And then sell our merchandise in your kiosk. We would get 60% of the profits. Let me just see. If I click on sell, do we get anything? Are these clickable? No. Okay, so these aren't clickable, but sandwiches, pizza. What happens if we click show more? What do we get? Nothing happens when I click on these show mores. Let me see if I switch off. And nothing happens when I click on these. Let me see what happens if I switch off desktop site. Order now goes to here. Show more. That's weird. Nothing happens when I click. Boy, that's weird. Menu. Someone could try at home and tell me if anything different happens on a bigger screen. I'm going to switch back to the desktop site. In fact, I could switch over to a horizontal. Let's see if that makes any difference. So if we click the See Now, nothing happens. And if we click Show More, nothing happens. That's awfully weird. Okay. I do notice that we've got colors here. Like soft drinks is pink, canned goods is green, peanuts is yellow. And then we've got, again, green, red, yellow, yellow, green, red, red, green, yellow. So three colors which match the three colors here. Red, green, yellow, green, red, yellow, yellow, green, red. So let's go to the commissary and let's put in this code of this page and see what it actually wants from us, because it's a little weird here. So if I say that we want to enter the code for card 58, what would you like to order? Note you can only order once because you only have one pack of cigarettes. Okay, so it feels like we've got a little bit of what might be considered a bug here. This, I guess we're supposed to read that without the card 63, we can't do this. So we're just going to have to put this aside for now. We'll come back to the commissary when we have card 63. A little weird. All right, so we're going to rewind and go to the library. And we're going to return to this situation. We're going to have to look for cigarettes. Maybe we'll get those at the rec room, but we're at the library for now. All right, just rewind in your brain. We'll come back to that later. We're going to tell this guy we're both animal lovers for Greenpeace. And we got to stick together. So that's card 41. You hit the mark. Somehow I seem to always have good luck getting cellmates who share my love for animals, or at least they act like they do, he says. You explain your plan to him and he promises to help you. While he positions himself in front of the entrance with a book to keep watch for you, you take a seat in front of the guard's computer. Filled with anticipation, you turn on the screen only to be immediately disappointed. A screensaver directly from hell blocks your access, and we get a star. So now we're going to have to open the screensaver from hell, I guess. Not looking forward to it. Sounds like some advertisement thing or something. All right, but we're going to open up this website. So 40 and 42, the other two cards at this location, we throw away. We open up a website and we go to www.mspbrooklyn. MSP Brooklyn dash contact. Okay, it doesn't look like it was translated. Let's see if we can click this and get it translated. Yes. So here's the screensaver. I guess in the German version it was actually a screensaver showing it animated. Probably the text is not changing, or is it? No, it's not. Trying to see if it ever changes. No, it's just changing color and move. It is changing color, moving around. Okay, but the English version doesn't actually move. That's weird. Okay, times have I been on the point of embracing her. Heavens, it was a bright, cold day in April, and the clocks were striking. No sooner did I hear the sound than I beheld mighty spirits toward us bend their steps. So these are going to be from the 3 books we saw at the guard's desk. So we're going to need to use internet to find these 3 things. Where is our library? So it's going to be these 3 authors, Dante, Orwell, and Goethe. And then not sure what the order is going to be, but okay, that's okay. Let's just go online. Let's start simply with Dante, or we just said quote. Maybe we can do it. Okay, times have I been on the point of embracing her. Oh. So probably we're just going to need to give these 3, the order of these 3 books, right? So this is obviously from Goethe. I don't know how you pronounce that. Johann Wolfgang van Gogh. Van Gogh. So the Goethe quote is, the times have I been. Our next quote is, are these moving? These are moving, even though it doesn't look like it's a screensaver. Okay, no sooner the sound than I beheld mighty spirits toward us bend their steps. Let's try that. There it is. Who's the author of that? Gotta be Dante, right? But why is there no author quoted for this? I'm gonna say Dante. We'll do it by process of elimination if we're wrong here. Okay, and then what's this other one? Let me reload this and see if these positions change. Yes, okay. It was a bright, cold day in April, and the clocks were striking. We should be able to know that by a process of elimination. It was a bright, cold day in April. The clocks were striking. Okay. This is going to be Orwell. 1984 Orwell. Okay. So we have our answers. At this screensaver, which has got, I guess, an animated GIF. And then we have Orwell's quote about it was a bright, cold day. All right, so now we know that the three quotes are Goethe, Goethe, Dante, and Orwell. But should this be the order? Let's see what the original German players would have seen. The colors are changing and the order is changing. I mean, both Orwell or Gach, Orwell and Dante, if you said the order didn't matter, you might guess that the password is God, G-O-D. I mean, this seems to be suggesting that the order doesn't matter. I think the password's going to be G-O-D. That's what I think. Because a G, a D, and an O for Goch, Orwell, and Dante seems like that's going to be our most likely scenario. All right, shall we try this? Shall we try switching to the English? Does anyone disagree with me that the password is going to be G-O-D? G-O, or doesn't it want to take it? Doesn't want me to, it's a number? Oh, okay. It wants a password that's a number. Well, okay. So we actually do have numbers here. So I guess it's actually numbers. So one was the clocks were, I guess we're going to have to do these again. The clocks were striking 13. So 13 is the number associated with the Orwell quote. And then we have to find the others, which was... All right, what was the full quote? Times I've been on the point of embracing her. "100 times have I been on the point of embracing her." Okay, and then the Dante quote, which is the one we had the hardest time with. I beheld nightly spirits toward us bend their steps. I should add here. I beheld nightly spirits behind their steps is a direct quote. Okay, but where is the number? Is it the entire number of the circles of hell? Direct quote from Dante's Inferno, Canto 3, line 109. Something doesn't feel right about that. Okay. So you cannot just say a thing. You've got to give me more context. But let's catch up on the other comments in the chat. In German, the pronunciation is more like Goethe with a hard G sound and a distinct, does not have a direct equivalent in English. The O umlaut sound is similar to the I in bird. Goethe. Okay. All right. So no sooner ceased the sound than I beheld four mighty spirits toward us bend their steps. Okay, so the AI does not translation didn't left out the four part, but you're saying in the original it seems like it's four spirits. So we could maybe ask an AI directly, but in Dante's Inferno, the text you're referring to is likely a description of the souls in the fourth circle of hell, where the greedy are punished. It's not specified that a specific number of spirits are beheld, but it is the fourth circle of hell. Okay, so I don't know, somehow Rob came up with four spirits, but maybe that was an AI hallucinating it, because I know Rob loves to use the AI, but either way, it's the fourth circle of hell. That's a reasonable guess. So now we've got our numbers, but probably the order, the fact that the screensaver is bouncing around is still our clue that we will pick the order this way. So it's Garth. I'm more confused now than I was before about the order, but 104.13 is what we think. In that order, 104.13. All right, let's try it. It's an awkward number here, but we'll give it a try. 104.13. We're just going to put it all in like this. If it's wrong, it just means we're not getting something about the formatting. I think we're clearly on the right path here. So submit. Boy, that's a long delay, but it seemed to work. All right, well done. We're in the Brooklyn Maximum Security Prison website. General information, provisions, COVID, contact, and then these advertisements here. And we can see some of them are dated on our date of importance. Okay, let's look here. Welcome to the website. All right, stop doing this. Let's let us control it. Welcome to the website of the British Brooklyn Maximum Security Prison. Our mission is to protect the public while providing those in our custody with a safe, clean, and highly professional environment. We spare no expense or effort in facilitating the best possible care for our inmates and supporting their reintegration into society. All right, total bullshit. That's Nicole Roberts, the warden. We continue to provide vaccines for inmates and employees. Vaccination is available in our on-site infirmary for only $250. For more information, please speak to a member of our medical team. So there's their making money off the COVID mRNA vaccine. Hey, are you feeling stressed, scared, or depressed? Don't worry, our trained staff is there for you. You or your family can access therapy over a secure line. Therapy sessions are confidential. $6 a minute. Who are they advertising to? We're very honored to receive a visit to our facility from Mayor Whitaker. After an extensive tour of the facility, Mr. Whitaker and Warden Roberts discussed the new security and custody system. Unfortunately, the planned Brooklyn Community Town Hall, featuring a panel of experts on the justice system that followed the visit, had to be cut short due to an incident in the prison. Nonetheless, Brooklyn Maximum Security Prison thanks the mayor for the productive visit. I think maybe we're getting a clue about when Liam might have been killed. So if I had to guess, what I guess is that we might be able to infer in our timeline that February 3rd, 2022 was the incident where Liam was killed. That's my guess, which was 2 days before the tickets were supposed to fly off. Now, let's read this other information here. General information, maximum security prison in the heart of Brooklyn is one of the safest, most efficient prisons in the entire country. 5-meter high walls, 8 tons of barbed wire separate the inmates from society. Our staff undergo a 4-week training program to prepare for their jobs. Hey, here's some information about Warden Roberts. Nicole Roberts helms the Brooklyn MSP as its warden. With her 24 years of professional experience as a legal management consultant in the event marketing sector, she's found quite an unusual entry into the industry. Nevertheless, successful businesswoman is very popular with staff and inmates. 1,500 inmates, 124 guards, 1,200 daily meals. Hey, would you like to contact our staff from outside the prison? Since the use of cell phones in our facility is strictly prohibited, including for staff, you may contact our staff using the form below. This is the only way to contact our staff from outside the prison. Your name of the security guard you wish to contact, and your message. Okay, so we can contact guards from this page by name. What else do we have here? General information. What's provisions? If you click on, is this clickable? Where's my general information? Okay, you can't click on those, and contact is just going to scroll us down to the bottom if it worked, but it doesn't. Oh no, it's not filling me with confidence that these things that look like links and should work don't. But it doesn't matter. It's clear that the point of this page is to let us contact a guard. Otherwise, there's no other information for us here. And this date, which I think is telling us when Liam was killed. The letter we got from the warden's office mentioned the meeting with the mayor. Did it? Yes, it did. Tax account sent this over. Important. Please also remember the meeting with the mayor from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. This says it's on February 14th. So this is different. This is different. This is not the meeting with the mayor. This is the visit tour from the mayor. Okay, well, let's just remember that we can reach out to a guard if we have their name, which we don't have. Well, there's only one more place to go here. We need to find a cigarette so that we can go and order from the website at the commissary so that we can go and figure out what this company is that's selling drugs to the prison. I wouldn't be surprised if this early menu we found doesn't relate to the code. Like if we use these, I think that ordering thing, I think that menu here, order summary, might have been talking about this menu that we got early on in the commissary, in the cafeteria. That if we know the day, we can look and add up the letters to make our order. This is the drug order or something. That's what I think, but we will address that when we get back in 8 minutes. I'll see you then. Let's check in with the chat here. There's some discussion about. I'm confused too. They're selling this stuff too. I'm guessing they're selling to the guards. Don't forget the timestamp about when this incident occurred on the website, 1350. You're looking at that timestamp there. I guess I'll write that down if you like. Could they have lied on the website about the meeting? The letter we got from the warden's office mentioned the meeting time with the mayor. Could they have lied? I don't see why. That seems to be two completely separate things on separate dates. This was February 14th. She had a meeting with the mayor from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. And the website is not about a private meeting with the mayor. It's about some tour of the mayor taking of the prison. So it seemed like two totally separate things. Well, there's only one place for us to go and one thing to do, and that's the rec room. So let's go there after we take a look here first. What do we see? They're watching TV. They're playing cards at tables. We don't see any of our people. In the rec room, where's our map so we can situate ourselves in here? In the rec room. Where is the rec room? Here, cell block B. Maybe I'll put it over there where I can see it. Okay, here we go. The rec room is not particularly comfortably furnished. A few men are sitting together playing blackjack. Some others have gathered in front of a small television watching a 10-year-old film starring an actor whose name you can't remember. On a bare wall with peeling plaster hangs a kind of work schedule and agenda for your cell block. You haven't been added to the schedule yet, but there's a small sticky note attached. You have visitors this afternoon. You stash the sticky note before anyone can see it and suspect special treatment. And take the schedule. Before you can make yourself comfortable in a seat, one of the card players calls you over to hang out and join their card game. Here's where it matters what you decided in location A. Oh, that's weird. Okay. So we've taken the schedule and put it in our pocket, but we don't think we're allowed to look at that yet. Doesn't seem to matter. We did research on FBI database, so we're going to take card 36. So I'm not sure we've ever seen this before, where a choice we made tells us what card we're supposed to open here. And then it says put location J, which is the laundromat, on the table. Location I, laundromat. Location J? Sorry. We're skipping the laundromat, jumping to J, visiting room. Okay, so we have visitors coming to talk to us, but we start by looking at card 36. New here and no tattoo. That's good. You don't have to kill someone first to hang with us, says the old inmate who called you over laughing. We're playing blackjack and I'm the bank. You can borrow from me for now. Everyone pays up in the end, a young muscular player explains while he deals. After an initial run of bad luck, the tide begins to turn in your favor. In no time, you have a significant pile of the cigarettes you've won in front of you. Now the older player has to ask you to borrow a few to wager. I'll give you a tip in return, he promises conspiratorially. There's an entrance to the sewer system in the laundry room. It can be useful. Not just for the guys from Brooklyn, he whispers as he takes a few of your cigarettes. Few? No. One. Not a few. We're getting taken advantage here. But when you win the next few rounds, the mood suddenly changes. You asshole, you're counting cards, the younger inmate accuses you. You manage to stash away your winnings before he flips the table and starts a brawl. It takes several male guards and one especially surly female guard to break up the fight. While you're being brought to the infirmary with a bloody lip and aching ribs, you see the female guard zap the young inmate with a taser. You can clearly see her pinched face as she does, and it looks like she's enjoying it. All right, so we're going back to the infirmary. I don't know why we're being told about the laundry room cards. Those are the I cards. But we're now back to the infirmary and grabbing the final card in the infirmary deck. The infirmary is empty, so you help yourself to ice and wait impatiently for the younger blackjack player to be brought in. That horrible guard's face won't leave your mind. The unnecessary violence she used really rattled you. You definitely need to find out more about her. Maybe you'll have to pay the guard room a visit in an unobserved moment. When 10 minutes have passed and the psychiatrist still hasn't appeared, you take the opportunity to have a look around. There are family photos on the desk. Dr. Adams, arm in arm with an older man who looks a lot like her, fishing in what looks like a Scandinavian fjord. Dr. Adams walking through a city. Dr. Adams smiling in front of the northern lights. Next to the photos, you see her treatment schedule and a few loose papers. You take advantage of the unique opportunity, stuff the piece of paper into your jumpsuit, and get out of there. Place location K on the board. So this is actually the final location is now on the board. We're told to take 8 and 12, and I don't want to forget, 8 and 12. Before we got this at the rec room, we got this 13, which I almost forgot to take. So 8, 12, and 13 envelopes we now have. That means only one envelope remains that we haven't taken. This one. Rec room, we're supposed to throw away cards. Do these instructions. Throw away cards 37 and 38. Those are the two related to the things we didn't do. And then we're supposed to take cards 63, 68. Okay, and then 26 we already did. So 63 and 68. 63 is the pack of cigarettes we've been looking for. Noctis. And here's the surly guard who enjoyed tasering someone. Do we have a guard name so that we could email her? I don't know why we would just often email her, but okay, we don't. But we do have our cigarettes that we've been looking for. And we went to the infirmary, and that's where we got these last two items. No, that was the rec room. Where's our infirmary? Okay. Now, before we move on, there was a mention of something that seems important that was easy to overlook. So we got our schedule. That was the 13. Plaster hangs a work schedule and agenda for our cell block. We're not added to it yet, but there's a small sticky note about visitors. But it wasn't that I wanted to remember we made a note of. It was this comment that this old guy gave us as a tip. He said, I'll give you a tip. There's an entrance to the sewer in the laundry room, not just for the guys from Brooklyn. That sounds kind of important for us. Like maybe they're using that as their way of transporting stuff. That's this entrance right here in the laundry room. All right, So we're done with these locations, the rec room and the infirmary. We've gotten our cigarettes. We've met the guard. And we have 3 envelopes to open. So here was the post-it note on the work schedule. We're told we're not yet on the work schedule, but we've got a visitor note. Let's see what we've got. So we know what day it is. We know where we are. And we know that because we know the current day is 3/3. And how do we know what day of the week it is? That's because we have this. So 3/3 is a Thursday. So knowing that, we know we're here. Thursday is open office hours for psychological issues. Break. Liam O'Reilly would normally be working on a Thursday. Now, we know something else. We know the day we think the incident happened because of this. So 2/3 we think is the incident at 1350. Now let's backdate that and figure out what day of the week it would have been. So 7 days before 3/3, there's 28 days in March. Then the 23 days ago would have been the 2/28, and then 4 days, 2/24 would be a Thursday. I think I need to double check that. Suppose we could just look it up online. Let me just see if I'm right though. Then the 17th would be a Thursday, the 10th and the 3rd. So according to me, the 3rd would also be a Thursday. So my claim is that 2/3/22, when we have the photo of him writing when we think Liam might have been killed, would have also been a Thursday, and at 1350 he would have been at the infirmary. Which makes sense. We suspect the doctor has killed him. That's what we've got going on here. The doctor was in love with him, the psychiatrist. She brought tickets to bring him home. And either she killed him when he told her that he didn't want to see her anymore, or she didn't, but she was definitely having an affair with him. All right, so we think, but he seemed to die while he was in the infirmary, is what I think. So I think that he died while in her care, probably because he told her he wanted to break it off. I think she showed him the ticket she bought, and he said, "Whoa, slow down, doctor. I got a girlfriend. I got engaged." And so I'm not getting on a plane with you to Norway. You're cuckoo. All right. let's read the rest of this and let's look around to see if there's anything else we should care about. This is all infirmary. Drug tests. Begin weaning off dialysis. Dialysis for Kevin McCarthy. First appointment must be in person. Nicole Roberts, that's the warden. Dialysis Winkerton, blood test Liam. Boy, she's got Liam scheduled every day of the week. Liam comes in. Every other day, Liam is in. In fact, it's more than every other day. It's like Fridays comes Liam, Thursdays comes Liam in, Wednesday comes Liam in. He gets off on Tuesday, but he's here on Wednesday. She's fully in love with Liam. Now, the other little clue here could be guard names. So it's possible that Michael Scott is a guard. Walter Wilson's a guard. Joseph Miller is a guard. We don't know, but that might be one way we could get guard names. Let's take a look at Michelle Adams' list here. All right, Michelle Adams, a person of interest. Here she is writing, for the sake of completeness, please include this transcript in the file. Thanks, Michelle. Patient O'Reilly is compassionate. He shows great empathy towards people and animals. I hereby expressly contradict Dr. Carter's diagnosis of antisocial personality disorder with pronounced narcissism. O'Reilly seems genuinely and honestly interested in those around him and his immediate context. He is attentive, asks questions, clearly seeks physical and emotional closeness to other people. However, the prison atmosphere distresses him. He's convinced he is innocent and insists he was convicted of a crime that did society a service rather than a harm. He poses no danger to society or himself. The harsh treatment of the maximum security prison has a clearly negative impact on the patient's state of mind. It seems senseless and potentially harmful to his health to continue to keep him in this facility. I have asked for his sentence to be lifted. I have also increased his psychological treatment from 4 hours per month to 4 hours per week. She's fully in love with him, and she wants this in his file. This was way back in 2021, so she was, well, 4 months ago. It wasn't that long ago, but she's in love with him. And she's bought tickets for him and her to run away together. All right, let's see what else we got. Doesn't mean she killed him. And even if she did kill him, it doesn't help him. It doesn't help us solve our case. Our goal is not to find out what happened to him, is it? It's to infiltrate the gang. All right, here we have a report from the infirmary on March 1st. Patient 1369441 was brought to the ward ending at 12:04 on Tuesday, March 1st, after collapsing in the cafeteria during lunch. To date, patient 1369441's medical record has no mention of any underlying conditions that could explain this collapse. Therefore, Dr. Adams conducted various tests to determine the cause of this reaction. Executing a provocation test, which is something we can look up. I have never heard it. It sounds like it's a real thing. Is it like an allergy test? Administration of provocation agent over time with antidote after 1 minute. Brought to the ward 12:04 on Tuesday, March 1st, after collapsing in the cafeteria. So, times it's administration of provocation agent. So they gave him some provocation agents of different amounts, and they're watching what happens when they give the antidote. So here's intensity of reaction. So depending on what you give, he's got a different reaction. Then they give you antidote and it calms it down. 11 stages of the reaction: restlessness, watery eyes, itching of the nose, frequent sneezing, stuffy nose, runny nose, redness and hives, anxiety, feeling of panic, cough, headache, hives, swelling of the mucous membranes. Yeah, it's like an allergic reaction. Itching and swelling of the ear canal, tightness in the throat, whistle breath, nausea, abdominal cramps, clouding of consciousness, loss of consciousness, and then anaphylactic shock. Most violent reactions to the stimulus within a few seconds. Immediate administration of antidote is necessary, even for tiny amounts. No further tests with higher quantities possible. Risks for patient is too high. So no matter, even if you give him just a tiny amount, 2 milligrams, seems like he's going to get triggered anaphylactic shock and needs to have antidote administered right away. Okay, this person was recovered though. Now, is this our Liam? Yes, it absolutely is. Patient 1369441, 1369441 is the bracelet found in Liam's bunk. So we assume this is Liam. We can't be 100% sure, but we assume so for now. Jamie reminds us, not only was this found in his bed, but Jamie reminds us of something important. When we took the bed, our cellmate described Liam's last moments. On the day he died, he hid himself there all day. He jumped at every sound. He only relaxed when he was taken to the visiting room. But he wasn't safe there either. So maybe he was reacting to the drugs that the doctor gave him that were causing him to feel anxious, panic. So I wonder if we talk to the visiting person who visited him on his last day, if it's going to turn out that he had these other symptoms, which will confirm to us that he was given this drug. And what we should know is that the doctor is fully aware of how to kill him. The doctor has figured out that he has this reaction to something. But how did he get this? Like, she doesn't say that they diagnosed what it was, but she knows what she obviously knows what it was that triggers this allergic reaction in him, because she's testing him with it and giving it to him. So he might have come back and said, I had peanuts and stuff. Do we know what he ate from our Tuesday menu? Peanut, there it is, right there. That's going to be it. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Here's his lunch. He had peanut stir fry. He has a reaction. He gets brought into the infirmary. He says, I just had this lunch and my throat's closing up. And she says, I think you got a peanut allergy. Let's test it. She tests it and she discovers, sure enough, you got a peanut allergy, but you're going to be okay. I'm going to give you the antidote. I'm going to give you the EpiPen. You're going to be fine. Then on March 3rd, she comes in for her little hookup with the doctor on his regularly scheduled Thursday meeting with the psychiatrist, where they're going to do some kissing and making out. And he says, hold it there, doc. You're moving too fast. You got us tickets to Norway, but I got a wife. Just got engaged at the prison chapel. I'm getting out of here. And she says, no, you can't break up with me. He says, I'm sorry. I admit it. I used you. That's what I do. She says, all right, I accept it. Let me just give you this shot of vitamins. And she injects him with the peanut allergy. All right, I think we got this case. We got that story wrapped up. But we still don't know about the gang. All right, now here's the last piece of evidence we haven't looked at yet. The inmate schedule. Okay. So what are we looking at here? Here is today, and here is our note. Inmate Cole Jackson, please report to the visiting room. You'll receive a special permit to enter the main building. And then let's look at the schedule for today. Free movement between cell block A, B, and the yard. Launching the cat. Free movement between cell block A, B, and the yard. Inmates in cell for lockup. Yesterday, lockdown cell block A. All guards posts are occupied. Access to other buildings only. Special permission. Free movement. Lockdown cell block B. All guard posts occupied. All right. Visiting room. Here we go. Today is 3/3. So we've got a visitor. And who's visiting us? What is this? Sorry, no access to visiting room. Inspectors coming to assess possible chemical extermination. We may have a rat problem. What is going on here? What does all this mean? I'm not really sure. We've got some weird capitalization. S-N-I-T, snitch. Snitch. No access to visiting room. Inspectors coming to assess possible chemical extermination. We may have a rat problem. And if you look at the capitalizations, it's snitch. Okay. So William O'Reilly snitch. From warden. So what does that mean? Are we supposed to assume that the warden is saying that there's a snitch? Is she saying that we're the snitch? Or that Liam was the snitch? I mean, this is like today. This is today here. Liam was killed on the 3rd, we think, of February. So I'm not sure what's going on here, why his name is here. Maybe they're just saying he's a snitch. I'm not sure what these other names are about. So I'm not really sure what to make of this thing yet. This clearly seems like it might have to do with our escaping the prison. I think it's going to turn out that maybe the warden and the whole staff are involved in no good. Okay, 3 rooms we haven't been to: visiting room, laundry room, and guard room. But right now, I think we're more interested in following up on this to try to solve this puzzle now that we have card 63, the cigarettes. So let's go back to this website and do this puzzle. All right, so that brought us to the kiosk where we can place an order. The order is here. It says, what would you like to order? You can only order once because you only have one pack of cigarettes. When you place your order, you will lose your cigarettes. Wow, we've got to get this right then. All right, so we have two pieces of paper that are related to placing an order. Let's get those out. Here they are. I think this might be related, but now, where's the green? Now I'm not so sure because we did use this to figure out about the peanut stir fry. So I'm not so sure we're going to use this now. We don't need to look at this. We do have this instruction. So we're placing a secret order is what we think. Only need to scan capitals under each thing. What do we want? What view do we want here? We want this view. We're going to place an order. We've got the website. Soft drinks, canned goods, peanuts, sandwiches. Let's see if we can find a view that's more conducive. Well, it's not really this view, is it? And this is easier to look at here. I just want to point out we've got these different colors in 3 rows. Red, green, yellow, green, red, yellow, yellow, green, red. Okay. And then we've got this. There are those colors. Do those match with the 3 by 3 here? So red, green, yellow. What? Come on, guys. So here we got, here's a perfect. Here's our grid. Red, green, yellow, green, red, yellow. Does that match this? Red, green, yellow, green, red, yellow, yellow, green, red. Bingo. Okay, so 3 rows and 3 rows on our tab, on our order page. Okay, so for the first row, we only need the capitals under each thing. So it looks like an S for an S here, capital S, S, D. For the second row, the first word is the first letter, second word is second letter. Okay, so for this thing, we need to scan capitals under each thing. Under each thing. It sure seems like the first line should be S, S, D. That's the first line. The second line is, first word is the first letter. So here we should have, seems like NSDV, then WEBS, WEBS, ITU, ITEU, AFCF, AFCF, TTB, TTB. And the third line says, pay attention to the description text. And we've got numbers. The beautiful sausage will keep you awake at night. The worst kind. Delicious. The second one says, so this is clearly like website. All right, so we're on the right track here. Now let's figure out how to get this third row. Beautiful sausage will keep you awake at night. The worst kind. Delicious. And then we've got a bunch of numbers. For under fries, it says, you can't say no to this pre-cooked greasy treat. Then we've got numbers. From dark chocolate to strawberry, everything's there. This one has the shortest set of numbers under the ice cream. Maybe we can make most sense out of that. Just pay attention to the descriptive text, and then it's showing how you add up these numbers. Is it just saying we're supposed to add up the numbers? No, it seems to be saying there's some other clue in the description, but I'm not sure it really is. From dark chocolate to strawberry, everything's there. Like, is this just telling us, hey, look down in the description, there are numbers, and add them all up? Is it just wanting us to add them all up? All right, well, let's say we did. Let's say we got 3 numbers here for the third row. What would we do with that? This is the one that seems like it clearly says website. So we know this is the right idea. 1, 2, 3. What do we do with that? Let's say we get 3 numbers here. Okay. Then what are we supposed to do? I mean, how do we place our order? Like, what goes in here? It's a full open-ended form. Okay, the channel is pointing out that when I looked at the caps, I should have noticed that YEAH, yeah, is also caps. All right, that gives us this. SSD, yeah. BSDV website U AFCF TTB. And then some numbers. I mean, it's weird. All right, don't try to solve it. Just try to identify what the solution is going to look like. We have a 1, 2, 3. For each one, we've got something. What if we combine the colors? Like, what if red, 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 yellow, yellow, yellow? That would mean this S goes with this, goes with this. Oh, I'm a little confused about what form it wants us to make our order. I mean, should our order be from here? Sandwiches, canned goods, soft drinks? Or is it just some open-ended thing where we type in what we want? It's really kind of weird here. Um, a separate question is how we get the numbers from these. From dark chocolate to strawberry, everything's there. All right, I don't see any clues in the text to tell me what numbers to use. And the example seems to just show them all being added. So let's just, as a first shot, let's add these up. It's kind of a pain in the ass because the numbers are here on the page where I have to type them in. All right, well, we can do the first one by hand. 1, 2, 4, that's 7 plus 7 is 14 plus 18, 20, 32. 25, 29, 31, 32. I could add up these rest of them in my head, but it's not exactly fun. Especially since we don't know if it's right. Is that what we should be doing? What a weird thing. I don't mind this hard puzzle. I don't mind a puzzle being hard. It's just a little bit frustrating that it's such a weird thing. What would you like to order? We don't even understand the point, the purpose, the goal, the objective, the nature of the order, nothing. We don't know if we're supposed to be ordering things off this list. We don't know if we're supposed to be providing quantities. We don't know if we're supposed to be ordering one thing or multiple things. We don't know if we're supposed to be giving them item numbers. All right, let's try to think through it. What is the nature of this puzzle? Rather than trying to solve it, what is the nature of it? We've got 3 steps. Does that mean we're making 3 orders? We've got this word website in here. It's clearly telling us something. We certainly could combine these. This is the one that jumps out the most. Website U, because web, hold on, there's no U here. Ugh. Where have I gotten website? I just made it up on my own. Let's do this again. Where on earth have I gotten this from? Is it because of this? What on earth is happening here? Why do I have different letters? Okay, relax, 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 relax. I don't understand how I have different things down here. First letter of each word. NSDV, NSDV, W, T, B, S, I, T, U. Somehow I wrote down website. I just do not know how I survive in this world. AFCFTTV. I don't know how I've survived in this world with the mistakes I make. All right. So with our grid, now it doesn't say website, it says WTBSITU. The idea of combining the colors, so like if you want to look at the red, it's this S, this WTB, and this 32. Really weird. Should we be getting an item number? Is that what the answer to this puzzle is? An item number. An arbitrary item number. But just don't understand the format here. What would you like to order? You can only order once. Like, we just put in an arbitrary order. We have this thing here, which we think is giving us a grid. I mean, a thing for 3 rows and 3 colors. All right, so we get our 3 rows. Then how do we convert that into an order? So we have, because these color sequences match exactly the color sequences here, and the show mores do nothing. Because they match these, it seems like that we should be doing this action on each row. Yes, rather than saying that we want to order something and then doing this on our order. Because these match the website, it seems like we should be doing this on that website page. Why is this giving us such nonsense? Why is this giving us such nonsense? Should we only be looking at the capital letters, even on this row? What would that give us? If we only looked at the capitals on this row, it's NSD. We wouldn't take the V, we'd take the W. And the A. And the only reason we're doing that is if we follow this and apply it to this. No, that doesn't make sense. NWA is the name of a rap group. Let us. I am not enjoying this, but where is our card about our guy? I just want to see. We did say there was a rap band here with his famous. The Thug Life chose me. I just want to search for this. Maybe the chat has already figured this out. Tupac Shakur. Okay, so nothing to do with NWA. What a weird. Ah. I'm gonna take a break now and try to de-stress a little bit. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay. So I can see from the chat, a couple things have gone wrong here. First is that my normal careless reading of one of the rules is wrong. But a second bigger problem is some auto translation on the website, which is messing everything up. So we're going to take a deep breath, go back to that in a second. But first, we're going to have a little intermission. And we're going to try this new Sprite Zero Sugar with tea in it. A little taste test. Now, I am cheating because I did try this yesterday. Let's see. Let's see how one does this. What I mean is, how do you describe what it tastes like? The people who do these, I feel like the people who are spending their lives on TV, tasting food, it's a very weird phenomenon. You can't taste it. You're just relying on someone's description of it. There is an art to conveying senses that can't actually be seen. There's an art to that. Like describing on the radio what you see or describing what something tastes like. I feel like it's 90% bullshit, though. Like the people who describe what they taste in the coffee or the wine, it feels like you're... Let me say it differently. We've got AI in the world. The AI developments are happening so fast and they're so impressive, so scary good. And some people are seeing the production of AI, the AI text and output that the AI is producing, and they're sort of shocked by what it can produce. The lingering feeling I keep getting is how shocking it is that the humans are robots. Like, it's very clear to me now. You're looking at the weird things that the AI does, and when I look at that, I don't see, oh, look at how the AI is breaking in these weird ways because it's not like a human. I am seeing the opposite. Like, look at how the humans are really just the broken robots. And just like the AI will completely happily hallucinate that it can smell rose petals and mango pit fruit when it tastes the coffee, that's what the humans are doing too. They're just coming up with these wild hallucinations built on statistical models. Anyway, this tastes like sweet tea that's been carbonated. A little too sweet, actually, but not bad tasting. I'm not a huge fan of sweet tea, but if you like sweet tea, I predict you'll like that. All right, let's go back to our game. Let's start this all over again. We had the right idea. The first thing is that our website is broken. Looks real. The show more buttons don't work, but what does that mean? We don't know, but there's something wrong with this website that you don't realize, which is we're at sweetsandbars.com, but in all fairness, we were told to go to sweetsandbars.com/en. So what we think is that the problem is we're on the German page, but it's looking like English to us because this stupid browser has auto-translated to it, even though it doesn't say it's auto-translated. If we click translate, it says it's translated. So let's undo. Now we've got the German, which is really what we're looking at. So now we go and we're going to click on this button that says we want the English version, which now will put the EN in the URL, I guess. I guess I need to tell that Chrome browser to never translate. Do not translate unless I ask. So now we think we're at a page that looks the same as what we were looking at, but isn't. Now we're going to see different things here. Yes. Now under peanuts, we see circus elephants love them lots. Okay, still the show mores do nothing, but now we've got different words for everything. Okay, so let's start over here. Let's start over with number 1. Capitals under each thing. So what have we got? R-O-P-E, rope. Well, that seems better. Sugar, pickles, everyday essentials, and delicacies. S-P-E-E-D, which is a nickname for a drug, methamphetamines. Peanuts is C-E-L-L. C-E-L-L. All right. Number 2, row 2, first word, first letter. Now here's what I did wrong. Second word, second letter. Actually, that is not. That is what I did. First word, first letter. So second word, second letter. So I took the first letter of each word. First word, first letter, second word, second letter. So if we take the second letter of this thing, we get C-O, and then the third letter is K, and the fourth letter of the fourth word is an E. And then we get K, N, I, F, E. And then here with burger, we get W, E, E, D. And then on the third one, what do we have? We still have our numbers. Bizarrely, the numbers have changed too. How is that possible that the numbers changed? That makes no sense to me. All right. I still don't know what to do with the numbers. I do want to look at this for a second, though, before we bother with the numbers. This is red, and this is red. Rope, knife. And this is green, and this is green. Speed, Coke. And then this is yellow, and this is yellow. Sell weed. That seems interesting to me. So these are drug names, drug names, drug name, weapon, weapon. Sell weed. That's kind of weird. All right, so now it's a question of this third row, and then we'll try to figure this out. Pay attention to the description text. This seems like it's telling us to add numbers and get a number out of it. So is it just wanting us to add these numbers? That's still confusing. I don't know why it's making me do all this adding just to see if it... Let me just see something for a second. We've got large numbers. All right. I don't know what to... I'm just going to sum up these numbers and try not to make a mistake, as I always do. I can't just type in these numbers off the screen because to go to the tablet makes it go away. All right. Okay. If I dwell on this, I just get angry. 3 sums. I don't even know if I need these sums, but I'm going to calculate them in case something jumps out at me. 1 plus 8 plus 24 is 33, 50, 60, 94 is our last number. That's the easy one. Okay, one on the left is easy too. 15, 37, 57, 64, 94, 99, 135 is what I get. We'll double check these in a minute. And then we've got this big one over here that looks annoying as hell. 6, 16, 20, 34, 54, 59, 79, 86, 116, 152, 206, 261 is what I get. Okay, does someone want to run those, calculate those numbers? I don't, it boggles my mind why no one has posted the sums in the channel. It's like it hasn't even occurred to anyone. Okay, and can I select them on the screen? Yes. Let's try to go through the pain of doing this on a tablet. Is it even worth trying to go through this, or is this just going to make me angry? Okay, now I have to go and convince this thing to open a new tab. Now I paste these numbers and I say sum. $261. Okay, well, that's what I got, 261. Rob says, should I take you out of your mystery? I know the answer. No. Why is that? Why is it so hard to understand that you don't just give me the answer? If you've got some constructive step towards what we're doing, what's happening as I'm doing it, you could give the sum of the numbers so I don't have to try to copy and paste it from each page. I don't know why you would jump to thinking I want the answer to the whole puzzle, though. Of course, I don't want the answer to the whole puzzle. That would be ridiculous. What's the whole point of any of it? But you could certainly try to save me by telling me if I've made a mistake adding up numbers so I don't have to spend 10 minutes trying to copy and paste them into Google. All right, so we've got these numbers. I would love to not have to spend the time to double check my mental arithmetic, but since I'm not going to get help with that, we'll just try to do it step by step. Now we go to the website. Now we open up. We're doing this because if I make a simple mistake and my mental arithmetic is wrong, everything could break. So this says 135, which is what I got as well. Okay, so it looks like my mental arithmetic is okay. Although I suppose we could check this last one out. What am I looking for? Let's make sure we're on the right English page, which we are. Okay, so we've got these numbers, assuming this is what we're supposed to be doing. 50, 61, 85, 94. Okay, so I think those are right. Now, again, if we match up colors, our red is over here. Our yellow went this way, and our green went this way. So just to write those out, if we look at colors, which I'm not saying we should, but if we connect the colors, what we get is rope, knife, and the number 94. This is our red. And then our green is speed, Coke, 261. And then our yellow is sell, weed, 135. All right. Well, at least we're in a much better situation than we were before. Now, the question is, it seems like this is a way to order drugs or weapons for the prison, which is being delivered by this guy's brother. Now, the question is, what would we, what order, how do we place an order? What do these numbers mean? Are they costs? Seems like they could be costs, but it's not clear what to do here. First of all, we don't know if the number parts are right. Like, we don't know if that's what we're just supposed to be doing, just adding the numbers. That's a very weird task if so. So this could, but even if these were words, it's not clear what to do. It's not clear we should combine them by color and get a line. Whether that's right or not, it's not clear what we would put into the order form. Why would we order something even? It almost feels like we're not ready to do this yet. It almost feels like, are we going to figure out that we need a weapon, and then we would come back here and order a knife delivered to our cell? I think maybe we don't do this yet. I'm wondering if it's going to turn out that we need a rope, and then that's when we would order this. But even then, what would we put into the website? Rope? Would we type rope if we wanted rope? Or would we type the items? Boy, that's weird. If, let's just think about this for a second. If we wanted, I was just thinking, like, if the idea is that first of all, are we even sure we're on the English page of Masters of Crime? Do we have to worry about that translation? I don't want to end up doing. What would you like to order? No, same thing. Okay, so I wonder if. So I wonder if, let's say we wanted a rope. I wonder if we would just order. If these are all different things to order, although I don't know what to do with this number. It can't be that we would just order soft drinks because soft drinks mean rope. Can it? Could it mean that we just order anything here, and if we order soft drinks, then we get the rope? I don't think we know what to order yet. Even if we figured out the system, which we haven't really done, I don't think we're ready to order. So I guess we're going to go back to the game. This has been a frustrating moment. I guess all of these Masters of Crime, we've talked about all the commonalities. One of the other commonalities is we love the game, but there's always one moment of real frustration. It's like they finish up the game development and someone says, where's the moment where everyone feels like they want to rip everything up and burn the whole place down? Have you forgotten to add the one moment of pure frustration and anger? And they're like, oh yeah, we forgot. What should we do? How about we make it so the website will auto-translate wrong, and so they don't know. Well, okay, so here we do. We got it out of the way. Now, the other normal places, normally there's some GPS coordinates. Hopefully we're going to avoid that for today. All right, we're going to take a deep breath. We're just going to put aside the ordering from this ridiculous website for a minute. We're going to go back to the game, and we're going to do what we should have done a long time ago, which is resume visiting places that are more enjoyable. We're told we had a visitor. Let's go there. Maybe we can get some more guidance from our handler. All right, that looks like it's going to be someone on our side. At some point, they're going to tell us, like, we can't get you out of here. They're going to kill you. All right. Let's look at the other top cards before we do that. Here's the laundry room. We're told that there's a great access in one of these rooms. It was the laundry room, I think. Yeah. So that seems like that was where we might make our escape. So maybe we won't go there yet. But here's the guard room. There's Susan Warren. Okay, we now know the name of the violent guard. Her name is Susan Warren. And there she is in a short sleeve shirt. All right, let's deal with her in a bit. Let's see if we can't get our contact to give us some information first. The first thing you notice when you enter the visiting room is the change in temperature. The otherwise hot and sticky prison seems to have invested all of its air conditioning budget into this room. Covered with goosebumps, you take a seat across from your condescending colleague, Agent Shepard. As you've probably already learned, this building is usually heavily guarded, Agent Shepard begins. Unfortunately, we've discovered that the cameras in the hallway have not been functioning for several weeks. We can therefore only speculate on what actually happened at the time of death. Liam O'Reilly wanted to meet with an agent disguised as a lawyer to inform on the smuggling activities of the Brooklyn 17 within the prison. Only the FBI, Liam O'Reilly, and the prison warden knew about this. For security reasons, the meeting was arranged immediately on the day he contacted us. We informed the warden at 10 a.m., and no one else was told about it, but something must have leaked before the agents arrived to meet with him at 2 p.m. O'Reilly was dead. He was discovered lying lifeless on the floor, but we aren't treating this as a natural death. Liam was young and suffered from no underlying conditions. Warden Roberts has been of no help in this investigation so far. First, she wanted to forbid us from questioning the guard on duty. Then, when we did question the guard, the woman simply claimed to have no knowledge of what happened in the visiting room. Our research into the guard led us to this incident, but you should take a closer look at it. Shepard informs you as he hands you the newspaper article. Okay. They were going to meet with him at 2, but he was dead. I thought we decided it was 3. No, I guess it was 2:50. Does that mean that I got wrong my thinking? The nurse wasn't supposed to meet him till 3. So actually, the theory of her killing him when he came to visit her in the office doesn't quite work. Because he was dead before 3. All right, maybe it wasn't our crazy medical woman after all. I still think it was his peanut allergy, though. Okay. Let's get our last document, document 9, which we get first, it seems. So here's the newspaper article about the incident. Thursday, February 10th. What's going on here? Our research into the guard led us to this incident. Okay, so this is not the death of our guy, but some information about the guard. Thursday, February 10th. So, okay, I know. Little Caribbean, site of drive-by once again. There hasn't been a drive-by shooting on the streets of Brooklyn in several years. A seemingly random series of shootings came to an end in 2017 with the arrest of gang member Liam O'Reilly. Residents in the Little Caribbean neighborhood are afraid that this shooting will be the first in a new series by Thomas Miller. Remember, our guard's name is Susan Warren. Hold on. Oh, yeah, Susan Warren. Okay. Red bandanas have been a warning sign in Brooklyn for many years. A sign to cross the street, take your child's hand, and duck into the closest building. Since a series of high-profile shootings in 2017, residents have been alert to the existence of the dangerous Brooklyn 17 gang and their sinister power. Power to decide between normalcy and chaos, between life and death. Yesterday, Wednesday evening, as men in red bandanas drove into the Little Caribbean neighborhood in a black sedan, the people on the street immediately recognized a warning sign to clear the area and take cover. Fortunately, the shots didn't hit any people, just a store window. Presumably, the shop owner had made enemies of the much-feared gang. But in January 2017, the scene looked different. Shots rang out from a black sedan then too, but there were no warning signs. Two men were hit, Danny Gomez and Peter Warren. Peter Warren. Relative of the guard. One was the target of retaliation by the Brooklyn 17. The other, an innocent bystander. Danny Gomez was young with a criminal history and dead at the scene. He was the target of this drive-by shooting. He's believed to be involved in the murder of a Brooklyn 17 member. His death would later be called an act of revenge by the district attorney. Peter Warren, a father from Queens, was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time on this fateful day in January 2017. The shots that hit him missed their intended target. He survived his injuries, but has been in a Brooklyn hospital ever since in a medically induced coma. Peter's family, especially his wife Susan, are not giving up hope. I'm in daily contact with the family and we're trying every available treatment. Sadly, as of now, we haven't seen any significant signs of improvements in his condition. Peter Warren's supervising doctor, Dr. William James, told the Brooklyn Tribune when we contacted him yesterday for comment. He also fears a renewed escalation of violence. The number of gunshot wounds we have to treat has been increasing since the 1990s. Some of them are certainly due to gang violence. I just hope the police will take action and these gang-related crimes will be stopped. An arrest leading to conviction was made in the 2017 shooting. Brooklyn 17 member Liam O'Reilly has been in prison for almost 5 years, serving his sentence as an accessory to murder. It's never been proven he's the one who fired the fatal shots. The same gang responsible for the 2017 shooting is also responsible for yesterday's incident. But will the police be able to find out who pulled the trigger this time? The Brooklyn Tribune will report any updates on this developing story. So, and then there's something here. What happened to Diana in Barbados? Exclusive look into the police investigation. So we now have a motive for one of our guards, Susan Warren. Looks like her husband may have been killed, put into a coma by the dead person, Liam. So she's got a real motive. We got three people with motives. The gang, because he was going to inform on them. The guard, because she has a personal vendetta against him for killing her husband. The crazy doctor for being in love with him. All right, we're also supposed to take card 49 and 71. Okay. There's 71, and 49 is a visiting room card. Let's start with that. Shepard rattles off the findings so far. He was the first gang member who'd ever gotten to talk. Informing is a deadly sin in the gang. O'Reilly had a certificate of good conduct, a letter of recommendation from his psychiatrist, and was determined to get out earlier. If he testified, it would have helped him get an early release. We assume he was killed by someone who had a vested interest in stopping one or both of those things from happening. Although the autopsy doesn't conclusively support the theory that he was murdered, O'Reilly died of multiple organ failure. We had diagnosed him with blunt abdominal trauma because some bruises had formed on the abdominal wall muscles. But O'Reilly probably sustained these injuries a few days before his death. We can rule them out as cause of death. So it seems like he died of his peanut allergy, but he was in the medical infirmary earlier. We know he still had his wristband on, but he looks like he was beaten up a few days earlier. The final autopsy report probably won't be available for a few days. Will you be finished with your investigation here by then? Your colleague asks you after glancing at the clock and gathering his documents. Confidently claim you've almost cracked the case and you should be prepared for your release tomorrow morning. Admit you need a bit more time. Hmm. Uh, I guess let's be realistic. I'm going to tell him I need more time. Good. No one expected you to be that fast. As long as you don't blow your cover, it shouldn't be a problem for you to take some more time. I'll schedule another visit in a few days. Hold on. I didn't say days. Shepard responds to your humility with his usual coolness. And one more thing, whoever killed O'Reilly's smart. After all, it's not even easy to prove this is murder. Normally, people in prison are beaten or stabbed. Keep that in mind. The agent advises you before signaling to the guard and leaving the visiting room. All right, that was a weird thing. I am curious to see what the card would have been if we said we're almost ready to solve it. But I'm glad I didn't say that. Okay, so it wants us to throw away that card. We'll look at it before the game is over. And we got a consolation star. And what was card 71? Oh, we finally got to look at Liam. All right, so there's Liam. And you can see he's crossed off B17. I'm trying to look if he has the Joanne tattoo for Joanne, but I don't see anything. Maybe this is like CCTV footage. Okay, just gives us a look at our victim. Let's go to the guard room and interview Susan Warren about her husband. Unfortunately, the guard room's occupied. You can catch a glimpse of the interior through the keyhole. The violent female guard is lost in thought, looking at an expensively framed picture on her desk. You can't both be in the room at the same time. As long as she's sitting there, investigating further is not an option. You briefly consider starting a small riot, but you discard the idea almost immediately. You can't risk ending up in solitary confinement. Somehow you'll have to find another way to lure her out of there so you can investigate. Maybe there's some personal information about her you could make use of. Draw 53 when the guard is exited. Okay, so we know what to do. We're going to email her. What are we going to tell her? I guess we're just going to tell her to meet us somewhere. Try to distract her. So we're going to click. First of all, we're going to make sure we're on the English version of this page. God help us. And just make sure we can't click anything else. All right, so our name. What are we gonna try to do here? Where's our map? So she's in her guard room. Let's just try this for fun. She's in the guard room. She's looking at the picture. Why don't we try this? This is a weird situation. Enter her name. I'm going to write her on behalf of the warden. Nicole Roberts. And we're going to contact Susan Warren. We're going to say, meet me in my office now. Let's see if she finds it odd. Please use a name registered in our system to contact our staff. Okay. Back to contact. It didn't seem to like that. I thought she didn't seem, I thought she might find it odd that the warden was contacting her through the website contact form. Let's try again. Let's try the same idea though, and have Amy, the psychiatrist, contact her. Where's Michelle Adams? Is what I meant. Michelle Adams is talking to Susan. Susan Warren. Maybe did I spell it with two S's? Susan Warren. Come see me now. We'll just keep it simple. What's going on? Use a name and then there's the send button. Come on, guys. You can make any puzzle you want. Just make the website work. Make the website make sense. I mean, I did this as a joke, but I'm just not happy with the response I'm getting from this website. The security guard, Susan Warren. Let me just make sure. Susan Warren. SUSANWAAREN. Now I'm going to click send. Let's pay attention to what it actually says. So it says, please use a name registered in our system to contact our staff. And then it has a button that says send. Use a name in our system to contact our staff. Is it mad about the target of our email, which sure seems like it should be in your system? Is it mad about the sender? Is it even mad at all because there's the send button? All right, let's look at it again. You may contact our staff using the form below. This is the only way to contact our staff from out of the prison. Your name you wish to, of the guard you wish to contact, your message. Please do not enter any titles here. Okay, so when I put in just her last name, now we get a different message that says no one works here. And then the send button. So it seems like it was actually happy when... Fuck this stuff. Seems like it was actually happy with the name Susan Warren. but somehow it didn't like the two things I put in here, which were both people working at the place. So it didn't like, it was unhappy the second time when I changed the name to Warren, which suggests that it liked that it was Susan Warren for our target. So it seems like it wants a different from name, but I've already tried using. Feels like it should be Nicole Roberts. All right, let me see what the chat has to say. But let me take a deep breath before I go to the chat, because I feel like the chat is just as likely to increase my rage than decrease it. Let's see. You typed Nicole, and I didn't type Nicole. Okay, good. Let's try that. It did seem like I was doing the right idea. All right, let's try. Nicole Roberts. Did I type Michelle Adams wrong too? All right, let's try this again. Let's yell in the right way before. Come to my office now. Yes, my work email is acting up. That's why I'm using this web form. It really is me. Did I type it in wrong again? Here we go again. Get to my office. I'm fully angry. I'm going to use this web form. Nicole Roberts. I am spelling it. I just loathe this process. I've spelled it right. I've uppercased the first initials of the name, first and last. Susan Warren is spelled in a way that matches her photo. Now we click send, and we've got the same problem. Susan Warren is going to be the sender. She's going to send to Nicole Roberts, the warden. I quit. I confess. Come get me. Now we get a new message. When our recipient was the warden, it said, "We're sorry, Nicole Roberts can't be reached via the chat." So it clearly liked when we put Susan Warren as the recipient. But it didn't like the from name. It was complaining that it's not a person in staff. So let's try Michelle Adams again. But we'll try to be more careful about her name in case that's somehow what it's mad about. Michelle Adams. Get to my office now. It's important. Fuck me. Now I scroll up, and now I do all the things again. Okay, it has to be someone who's in her system. So how can we use the name of someone, her husband, who's not in the system? Okay, it's for Peter Warren. To Susan Warren. Hey, honey, you know that coma I was in where they said I was brain dead 4 years ago. And remember how you took me off life support? Guess what? It was all a mistake. I'm actually fine. And I decided to write you using this web contact form because it seemed the best way to get in touch with you. And surely there would be no difficulties in sending you this through the web form, which probably very well coded and will be carefree to use. Didn't like that. All right. Let us adopt the heuristic that when we don't have to do something that we're getting stuck on, we should do something else. We'll take one quick look around this website to see if anything jumps out at us. Who could we contact her? Like, is there some other staff member that we know of that she would respond to, like a head guard or something? Doesn't want Mr. Mrs. We tried the psychiatrist. We've got the mayor. We only have his last name. I don't know why the mayor would be talking to her. And it seemed like the paper would be a normal way to find someone in our system, but not really. 2 men were hit. Danny Gomez, district attorney. Have to be someone in their system, though. Oh, there we go. What about this? How about Peter Warren's supervising doctor? All right, let's give it a try here. All right, let's try calling her. Let's send a message from the supervising doctor. I don't know why he should be in her system, but let's just give it a try. So Peter, not Peter. This is going to be William James. And we're going to talk to Susan Warren. Hey, Susan, you might think I would just call you on the phone or text message you, but I have some news about Peter that you might find humorous. About some gum wrapper I found in his dead body. Call me. Hello, this is Susan. I'm at work. Please only contact me in your emergency. What do you want? Please type in full sentences for once. Your husband woke up. He's not brain dead. He's not brain dead after all. That was just a joke. Do you want to come see him before he dies for real? Better hurry. He only has a few minutes. Susan Warren, what is it now? I was there yesterday during my work hours. I'm working right now. Please contact me tomorrow. How do you want to answer? You better hurry up. You must come to the hospital immediately, quickly. All right. I'll be there as soon as possible. Susan Warren has left her office. Read card 53 now. Okay. So we did it. It was the newspaper article. It was her husband. I guess he's still in a coma. That is some webmail system they got going on there. I feel like I have a headache from that. All right. So card 53, we've gotten rid of her. She went to the hospital when the guard has exited the room. Okay. As Susan Warren hurriedly leaves her post, she forgets to lock the guardroom behind her. You take advantage of the opportunity and stealthily close yourself inside the room, but your hopes of finding a cache of unlocked filing cabinets are dashed. The room seems to be more of a break room than an office full of important documents. Your only hope is the PC. In Nicole Roberts' office, you saw most of the files are digitized. Maybe you can access them from here. You wake the PC, and luckily the right site is open already. Now you just have to convince it that you're trustworthy. Oh boy. All right, we get another star. I feel like we haven't got many stars this game, to be honest, compared to normal. And we've got a new website to go. Lovely. Okay, 54. What? How could you have gotten this card? Kind of weird. All right. New website. All right, maximum security prison, Brooklyn. Select all pictures that show goats. All right, first of all, we have to say accept all cookies, and then we have to make sure we're on some English site. I guess we are. All right, goats, huh? What's happening here? Do we really have to do this? There's a goat in a tree. Goats do like climbing, and a goat on the mountaintop. All right, and then there's goats here. Have we selected all the goats? We get horse, horse, goat, goat, dog. Check. All right, so we're in some German site somehow, or some German confirmation, which gives us a star. I don't know what is going on here. Okay, and that sends us to a new page. I guess if it will let me click on it. Now it's auto translated, which we don't want. How do we stop it? How do we go to the proper English version? My God. You're logged in as Susan Warren. Attention, important message. Please meet with Mrs. Roberts in her office on Monday, March 7th. This concerns the disciplinary proceedings related to your professional misconduct on 2/3/22. Leaving your workplace is strictly prohibited. In your own interest, we would like to point out you're still subject to your contractual duty of confidentiality in this matter. It seems like maybe she was the one that beat up. Maybe not. When was, we think he was, we think he, I see. The incident that occurred was on February 3rd. And that's what she's being, that's her misconduct. So the incident that occurred on the website mentioning Liam, or mentioning the mayor's visit being cut short, might have not been when he died. That's what it's gonna be. So we thought we figured out that Liam died at 2:50 p.m. on the 3rd, a Thursday. And when we saw that, we said, oh, then the doctor didn't kill him because she didn't meet him there till 3. But that was because we assumed he died on the 3rd, which was a Thursday. But now it's looking to me like this guard beat him up on this Thursday at 2:50 p.m. or 1:50 p.m. 1300, 1:50 p.m. And then we know that those wounds were a couple days old. So I think it's going to turn out that he actually died on Friday, which would give her a chance, the doctor, a chance to kill him. I think that's what's going to be it. All right. Regardless, we now are on this page where we're going to get to listen to some telephone calls. 3 telephone recordings and a personal message. What is it now? I was just there yesterday during my work hours. You have to come to the hospital right now. Please hurry. Understood. I'm on my way. That's today, which we've now has turned into March 4th. All right. So we're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll listen to those messages. We're nearing the end here. We're keeping it together, just barely. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We are back down to 10 viewers. Debbie was just yelling at me on the Discord that I didn't give enough advance notice before we play this game today, which is fair. Difficult giving advance notice sometimes just because I dither around about whether I should be doing some other work, or there's definitely some stress when I schedule something ahead of time. My sleep schedule is not very stable, and I always worry that I'm going to schedule something for a time that's going to be very difficult for me to meet. But maybe it's better for me to schedule it and just live with it. Okay, so where were we? We were at the website, and we've gotten into Susan's guard office. It's not Susan's office, although it kind of seems like it is. And we've got access to telephone system recordings. Now, we've got a motive for Susan, but I think it's going to be the doctor. But let's listen to Susan's records and see if we can't catch something. I hope, if nothing else, we get confirmation about what day he died and what day she beat him up. It's clear to me now that we're going to catch Susan, the guard, having beaten up Liam a couple of days before his murder. So she's not going to be the murderer, but I think we're going to get more information that's going to give us better dates, is what I'm guessing. All right, let's see if we can't listen to this together.
This is a call from Brooklyn Maximum Security Prison. Your call will be recorded for security reasons. This call was placed by Liam O'Reilly. Your call could not be answered. Leave a message after the beep. Hey, baby. Just wanted to check in. I haven't heard from you in a while. You said you were going to send me a few pictures. And, are you coming next weekend? I thought we could celebrate our engagement. Maybe in the family visiting room. Without a window, if you know what I mean. Well, just get in touch when you have time. End of call.
So that's Liam. The prison recording a call that Liam made to Joanne.
From Brooklyn Maximum Security Prison. Your call will be recorded for security reasons. This call was placed by Liam O'Reilly. Your call could not be answered. Leave a message after the beep. Hey, baby. Just wanted to check in. I haven't heard from you in a while. You said you were going to send me a few pictures. And, are you coming next weekend? I thought we could celebrate our engagement. Maybe in the family visiting room. Without a window, if you know what I mean. Well, just get in touch when you have time. End of call.
So on March 2nd, he calls who we think is Joanne and says, let's celebrate our engagement. Okay, that was at 9:09 a.m. And here we are at 10:45 a.m. Next message.
This is a call from Brooklyn Maximum Security Prison. Your call will be recorded for security reasons. This call was placed by Santiago Hernandez. Your call could not be answered. Leave a message after the beep. Bobby, man, you gotta answer when I call you. Be careful. Step away from the business for the next few days, okay? And take care of Grandma. She needs you outside, and as much as I like having you around, dude, you're enough for me as a visitor here, understand? End of call.
Santiago telling his brother to step away from the business because of something about grandmother.
This is a call from Brooklyn Maximum Security Prison. Your call will be recorded for security reasons. This call was placed by Santiago Hernandez. Your call could not be answered. Leave a message after the beep. Bobby, man, you gotta answer when I call you. Be careful. Step away from the business for the next few days, okay? And take care of Grandma. She needs you outside, and as much as I like having you around, dude, you're enough for me as a visitor here, understand? End of call.
Take care of Grandma. She needs you outside, whatever that means. And he says, it's okay. You're enough for me as a visitor? A little weird. All right, here's the next call at 14:45, 2:45 p.m.
This is a call from Brooklyn Maximum Security Prison. Your call will be recorded for security reasons. This call was placed by Simon Clark. Hey, I know they already told you. Don't worry, okay? I have people who care about me now. What does that mean, Simon? It means that stupid asshole will regret ever meeting me. Don't do something stupid now. That doesn't sound like you at all. I just want you to come home. Yeah, that thing about coming home isn't it. I'll probably have to sit a little longer because of a fight. Let's take home now. Shit, Simon, I've really had enough. You're always disappointing me. Honey, are you there? I'm sorry, do you hear me? End of call.
Okay, so Simon Clark, you know who that is, right? Maybe we should listen to it again, in fact.
Maximum security prison. Your call will be recorded for security reasons. This call was placed by Simon Clark. Hey, I know they already told you. Don't worry, okay? I have people who care about me now. What does that mean, Simon? It means that stupid asshole will regret ever meeting me. Don't do something stupid now. That doesn't sound like you at all. I just want you to come home. Yeah, that thing about coming home isn't it. I'll probably have to sit a little longer because of a fight. Let's take home now. Shit, Simon, I've really had enough. You're always disappointing me. Honey, are you there? I'm sorry.
Okay,
Do
so
you hear me?
Simon, if you didn't
End of
make
call.
the connection, Simon is going to be the commissary guy. Remember, he's just joined the gang. He's got beat up. He said he's going to have to spend more time now in prison. And he seems like he may have gotten in a fight with our guy Liam and beat him up, but certainly not the person who killed him. All right, well, those don't really shed that much light on things. But we've got more information on the website. So there's the contact form from the message we just sent. But then what do we have here? Date, day, arrival, departure, break. All right, so these messages, wait, something's gotten messed up here. Hasn't it? Something's wrong with these dates because here's Liam's message on March 2nd and he's alive on March 2nd and we're there March 3rd. I thought we decided he died. Boy. All right. Well, let's worry about that some other time and try to figure out if it's a mistake on the website or if I am getting dates confused. I'm just going to put that on the table that for a moment. Why am I thinking he got killed on the 2nd in February? Does everyone understand why I'm on tilt now? I'm not saying that you, I'm just saying, do you, I'm on tilt because I'm trying to figure out what has gone wrong with the dates. Is it because these dates are formatted in European format because of a mistake in the web design? This is clearly, these are dated from March 2nd, which is 2 days ago in game time. But why do I have down on paper that this incident with him happened in February? That doesn't make sense. But now, is it that he died the day before we got here? Is that what's happened? And we've somehow no one has said anything about us getting that wrong? Here she is buying tickets on the 5th of February, a month ago. But this was received February 28th. So I guess he actually died the day before we got to the prison. Why was that? Why? How did we get that so wrong? So we arrived. He was killed. We're not told. For some reason, the game is very cagey about telling us when he's killed. But all right. Guess he died yesterday. So here's guard room schedule. All right. Wait, it's no. It's just you can't half-ass it. We're gonna have to get our timeline in order here. It's sort of ridiculous to be so stupidly wrong about understanding the most basic facts of timeline. So there's the doctor buying tickets on February 5th, the intercepted letter on February 28th. We arrive on March 3rd. Fine. Here's our schedule. March 3rd is a Thursday. We don't have dates. This is just her general schedule. On March 1st, he has this. Well, obviously, he's not dead on March 1st. I don't know what we were thinking. I don't know how. Boy, if there's one lesson to be learned about humans, it's that contradictions are not discovered. Like here we are walking around thinking he's dying in February, and yet here we are looking at this of him getting sick on March 1st and not even blinking. All right, he's clearly alive on March 1st. He has this near-death reaction to a peanut allergy, but then he's fine. Here we are hired. Somehow, I guess we didn't really process that we're showing up a day after he's dead. So where is our timeline about him? We've got him sick on the 1st. And then on the day he died, it just kept seeming like he died a while ago. We didn't register that he somehow died yesterday. The day before we got here. Just didn't feel like it. But okay, so he's been beaten up. So where is our 150? Where is our timeline where we learned? That's what I need to reread. Our timeline where we relearn about him. I need to reread the timeline where it was 150. Here's our visiting room. Cameras in the hallways has not been functional for weeks. We can only speculate on what happened at the time of death. He wanted to meet with an agent. The agent was arranged immediately on the day he contacted us. We informed the warden at 10 a.m. No one else was told about it. Something must have leaked. Before the agents arrived to meet with him at 2 p.m., he was dead. 10 a.m. I think we got into some bad habit of thinking that this was somehow related to the death. 10 a.m. That's all. Where is the card that told us about the 150? The website with the contact card, it was the mayor's visit. It's the website mentioning the mayor's visit. Website mentioning the mayor's visit. I don't know what you mean. We've got a card. We've got a physical envelope mentioning the mayor's. No, we do have a website mentioning the mayor's visit, but where is that? Why isn't that open in a tab? Here. Okay. So we got the 1:15 p.m. It's because this goddamn date is wrong? Is that why? It's because this date is in European format? So this really should be saying 3/2/22, March 2nd. So instead of it being February 3rd at 1:30, we think that's a typo. Or it's just that this isn't English. Now let's see again if this has got the right date. No, it's still wrong. All right, we think now that this was probably March 2nd at 1:50 when shortly after it got cut short due to an incident. And now we think the incident is his death. And here he is in the morning calling the girl. And the agent was supposed to meet him at 2 p.m., but he was dead by 2. Right? That's this. He was dead by 2. All right. So that means he had this allergic reaction on the 1st. Somehow. And then he's dead on the 2nd, which is a Wednesday, right? The 3rd we've figured out is a Thursday. The 3rd is a Thursday. The 2nd is a Wednesday when all this happened. And in fact, he doesn't meet with our girl, the crazy doctor, until 5 p.m. on Wednesdays. So I don't see how our crazy doctor could have given him the drugs, which is what I thought was going to be the answer. Okay. Let's go to the laundry room, which is our last. We still don't know how to do the commissary. Oh boy. All right, let's go to the laundry room, our last room that we haven't been to. Giant industrial washing machines, baskets full of dirty laundry, tables piled high with neatly folded clean jumpsuits line the cold, white tiled walls of the laundry room. The clattering, whirring, and rumbling of the machines bounces off the walls. After a few minutes, you barely notice the racket anymore. If you hadn't gotten the tip from the old blackjack player, you never would have had the idea to look for a secret entrance to the sewers here. Luckily, the laundry room isn't very carefully guarded. You have to search for a while before you find the large drainage pipe that you assume is the entrance. You don't need the sewers to escape, but maybe O'Reilly's killer used them somehow to pull off the murder. Unfortunately, it's secured with hexagonal bolts. You won't get anywhere without a tool. Well, that's it for the laundry room. This is, for sure, by a wide margin, the strangest experiences we have had playing Masters of Crime. Okay, but thank you, Rob, for reminding me that when I went on tilt, I stopped reading these. All right, so let's go back to this. Our guard schedule. On the day he was murdered, she seems to have left early. I guess she wasn't around. But I thought we said she had an incident. Oh, I am just fully on tilt with this game. Completely have bamboozled my brain into a black hole. Well, we decided that she was involved in some incident that she got called in for. Why have I conjured up that idea? All right. Well, here's going to be her alibi if she needs it. Oh, I see. She's checked in again at 14:08. That's too late. Okay, so she looks like she was gone. All right, let's read these inmate files. All right, Simon Clark is the commissary guy. Let's read what it says about him. This probably says missing photo. Photo not available in German. Okay, here's his inmate ID and his fingerprint. Terrorist act against state. Cake full of emetics. Teacher's lounge on his last day of high school. He got into a fight on February 24th. That would be the fight where our guy got his old injuries. Clark's cheekbone was broken in a fight with inmate 3269, which is surely going to be our guy. Liam, we don't know. We don't know. Claimed to be attacked for no reason. Eyewitnesses 96658 and AP. That's AP is the gang leader. And XI, I'm not sure. Report Clark was responsible for the incident. Apparently upset, Clark fought back when guards tried to take him to the infirmary. One officer was slightly injured. After initial medical treatment, Clark was therefore placed in solitary confinement. His aggressive behavior also led to an extension of 1.5 years. Okay, so that's our commissary guy. And then that happened on February 24th. By March 2nd at 2:30 p.m. returned. So this is after our guy got killed. So he's got an alibi. All right, who's Keiko Davis? All right, this time we've got a broken image. All right. 15 years, firearm, narcotics, bribery, fraud. There's his fingerprint. Sentenced New York 25 years. Conflicts with guards, transferred. Maximum security, solitary confinement. Reducing security level on the advice of Warden Roberts. Change from maximum to lowest. Sounds like this might be our, could this be our boss? Inmate AP263. AP, this is our leader. So the warden got him brought in. His name is Keiko Davis. She got him reduced from maximum to minimum. Sounds like the warden may be in on this. Okay. Santiago. Nine years, served 6, firearm, criminal street gang, aggravated assault. It's in juvenile detention, hitting someone with a baseball bat who hurt his brother. Arrested after armed robbery. He could provide for his family. Sentenced to 9 years due to good behavior. Offered a position in the cafeteria and more privileges. Okay, here's Liam. There's his photo. Possession of firearm, attempted murder, criminal street gang. Based on her doctor's report. Sentencing, transfer to the new cell, issue with his cellmate, given treatment, issue with his cellmate, interesting. 2018, therapy with Dr. Adams. Could be his cellmate. Imagine if he always has trouble with his cellmates and his cellmate figured out how to kill him. Guarantees O'Reilly poses no danger. Extension of imprisonment due to brawl. That's the fight with the other guy. O'Reilly's sentencing was extended on advice of guard Susan Warren, but Dr. Adams continued to stand by her opinion. Dr. Adams withdrew her recommendation. She was mistaken and recommended the prison sentence be enforced in full. Okay, so February 28th, she discovers the love letter from Liam's girlfriend that he got married to her in prison on February 28th, and she immediately withdraws her recommendation. She said she was mistaken, recommended the prison sentence be enforced in full. Then on March 1st, he has a collapse. Okay, let's see if we can understand this. On the 1st, he has a collapse. He's treated by the doctor, and she cures her. She cures him. Inmate did not cause any lasting damage, and she found the treatment, and she said how to treat it. That was on March 1st, which is when he had the peanut stir fry. There's no peanuts being served the next day when he dies. Okay. And now we have, in a tragic incident, he died in the visitor's room, likely from a heart attack. Sounds like he died from peanut allergy to me. Marcus Gomez has not been uploaded. Samuel Young. All right, here is the cellmate who's smart. We've got his partial fingerprint. We haven't seen any need for fingerprints yet. Convicted of burglary. He released the animals. Quiet inmate, knows how to stay out of arguments. Went on a hunger strike. We haven't heard about any trouble he had with his roommate. All right, let's look at a couple things here. The way we're going to recover from all of our ridiculous, careless mistakes is just determination. That's how the only way we win these games is by sticking with it. I want to look at the schedule again. Now that we think we understand a little bit better about when he died. We died on the 2nd at 2 p.m. in the visitors' lounge. So during that time, there would have been a lockdown of cell block A. All guard posts occupied, access to other buildings only with special permission, lunch on your own cell block. And we seem to be in cell block B because we were in the rec room where we saw a sign for us. So I think it's saying that during our time when our guy died, he would have been locked down in cell block B. And this would have been a Wednesday. So at the infirmary, the warden came by and visited our Michelle at 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. And then Michelle was supposed to be giving dialysis to Kevin McCarty all the way up past when our guy died. So she shouldn't have been able to kill him, according to this. And this seems to be an alibi for the guard. And the only thing we haven't done on the board is the laundry room that needs a wrench, which we don't have, and the ordering of illegal stuff, which has no wrench. Just knife, rope, and drugs. Boy. Jamie says something very interesting. For some reason, it's not in the main, it's not in my chat, but it's in the YouTube chat. That's probably because it's censoring what you're writing because you use the word killed. Here we go. The commissary's peanuts. Okay, that's fine. Marcus Gomez, is he any relation to the Gomez that Liam killed in the newspaper report? So that's a very interesting question. Let's do one thing at a time. So in the inmate files, we've got a file from Marcus Gomez that says has not been updated. And then the point that Jamie said before he said something that I don't know how you jumped to that release at all is that in the newspaper, we read a story about two people being killed by Liam. Peter Warren, the husband, not killed, but put into a coma. But then Danny Gomez was young with a criminal history, died at the scene. He's believed to be involved in the murder of a Brooklyn 17 member. Danny Gomez, that's a great idea that the person who's killed Liam and gotten revenge is someone named Danny Gomez, who isn't this guy. That's Kiko Davis. That's Santiago Hernandez. That's Liam. This guy, we know his name. We know both of these names. This guy's Simon Clark, and this guy is Samuel Young. So we haven't visited, we never met a Marcus Davis. Have we? Sure is suspicious, though. I think we're supposed to order a cell to get out of prison. Okay, I'm just going to disregard that sentence. So if you want to say something about how you're making any sense out of that, where you've made that leap of logic or what you're thinking, you can explain it. But as an isolated sentence, it's just unusable. It really feels like the only thing we can do here is try to figure out something that's gone wrong or do the order from the commissary for the illegal stuff. I guess it's time to revisit that puzzle. No, I don't want to revisit it. I don't want to remind myself about it. We've got this whole crazy map. All right, let's just try to talk through this website ordering code. So we can clearly order something from this illegal commissary. We know the website that it's referring to. It's this one here. We know it's run by Santiago's brother, Bobby Hernandez. We know you can order illegal stuff from it. We know this is where we put in, this is where we put in the order. You can only order once, but what does an order look like? We have no idea. We have no idea if we're putting in an item number, a free-form word, a whole sentence, a quantity. We have no idea. We've decoded these 3 lines, 1, 2, 3, that clearly match the item rows here. We think we've decoded the 3 lines. We've clearly decoded the first 2, which map to rope, speed, cell, and coke, knife, weed. We don't know why we've got what looks like drugs and weapons mixed, but maybe you can order drugs and weapons from this prison supply service. But the last row is numbers. The way we got numbers is it just seems to be suggesting that we look at the description text. It says pay attention to the descriptive text. Pay attention. I mean, here are the numbers written in there. Is that what you mean, pay attention? Just transcribe them into the stupidest addition of the numbers? There's no puzzle, there's no deductive nature, there's no code. We're just supposed to brute force add up the numbers. Okay, if we do, we get these numbers. And then we notice that these are matched to colors, so you could combine the reds and the yellows. If you do, you get this list. What is this list? Are these the prices? You could get a rope or a knife for 94 bucks. You can get speed or Coke for 261 bucks. You can get a cell phone or weed for 135 bucks. Is that what it's saying? Even if that's exactly what it's saying, and if we're supposed to figure out what to order, then we would have to decide, how do we put in an order? Do we just type the word rope and we get a rope delivered to us? We've got one card that wants a wrench. It feels like there's huge parts missing from our ability to solve this, and yet no place to go. We have not, this is the first time this has happened to us playing this game. All right. So Sage Secret has joined the chat and says we're doing the numbers wrong. No, it wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. Wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. Okay, do you think those are character offsets? The reason I'm assuming they're not character offsets are because they're strictly numerical, and because counting the 55th letter would be extremely annoying. On the other hand, it certainly is easy to do the first few letters, so let's try that. Let's try to get the first 3 letters in this hot dog description. So letter 4 would be W. Letter 11, this is just pretty painful, but all right. 4 is W. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 would be R. The 22nd letter, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. I counted to 24, but we only needed to 22. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22 is an E. So I guess we're getting wrench out of this. The 35th letter is probably the N. But then it wouldn't be a C if the 35th letter is an N. So I have to count these out now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 25, 26, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. All right. So wrench is down here. Now the next one. This is one of these things that if you're two people, it's not so painful. But if you're one person, it's pretty painful. I guess that's probably going to be cigarettes. Last one is V. Guess this is going to be vodka. All right. So at least now we know we want the wrench. So if we just assume that we're just going to order the thing on the website that corresponds to the code word for the thing we want, we're going to order hot dogs. Okay. All right. This is exactly what you were looking for. With a satisfied grin, you pull the wrench out of the hot dog bun. This means some interesting paths in prison are now open to you. You get 1 star. And then we discard our cigarettes. What would have happened if we had done this wrong? Draw card 59. Okay, so we've got our wrench. Now we can go into the laundry room, which says once you've drawn a wrench, you can draw card 44. Let's go into the laundry room and get out of here, please. Armed with the wrench, you get to work in the laundry room, opening the supposed entrance to the sewer system. You're obviously not the first person to mess with these bolts. And would you look at that? When you loosen the final bolt of the grill, a new world reveals itself to you. The entrance and the paths that branch off from it are tall enough that you can stand up. This part of the large sewer system seems to have been in disuse for some time. You're still hit with an unpleasant odor as you inspect the passages. Some branches are closed off with locked grates and cannot be accessed. Still, you're hoping you can find a clue near the scene of the crime. Flip over the next 3 cards, 45, 46, and 47, if you know what path to take through the sewers. Okay, so we get all 3 laundry room cards. Let me put these out of the way here. Here's 45, 46, and 47. We clearly need this map to help us. Scene of the crime. What are the instructions? Some branches are closed with locked gates, cannot be accessed. You're hoping you can find a clue near the scene of the crime. And we get a star, and we're trying to find the path to take. The path to take, huh? So we're in the laundry room here. First of all, I guess we'd need to know the scene of the crime to know where we're trying to get to. And then it wants to know the path. I guess we're going to go to this site and tell it what cards we're working on. To see what it says. Which direction do you need to move? It's dark in the sewer, so enter every change of direction on curves, plus decisions at intersections. Enter the combination as north, east, south, west. So we have to give it every time we get to a choice and change of direction. Okay, at least I understand what they're asking for here. But it's weird that we have these cards in addition to here. So the legend says that these are locked. I assume that means we can't get through them. So we have to find a path to where we're trying to go that doesn't go through any place that's locked. And for some reason, we've got these cards which are not duplicative. It's almost like there are additional paths on here, like this looks like this, but there's additional paths. So like this goes there on top of this and replaces it. And then this is a replacement for cell block B and replaces it with new paths. And this is a replacement for the central building and replaces it with new paths. And we're here. All right, so at least we understand how to use these cards and what's happening. And how to format our answer. The only question now is, where are we trying to go? I'm sort of frazzled by this murder. Visitor's room. Visitor's room is where he died. So I guess what we're trying to go to is here. So we just have to get from here into here. Seems like we just have to get from here to here without going through locked grates. So can we go west, west, south, west, south, south? That seems too silly. There's a million different ways to get here. How can this be? How can this be the puzzle? How can this be the puzzle? Is it because these we can't get through? Yes, these are locked. We can't even go through these. Okay, so now they've dug new paths. So we can go south, south, west, south, southwest, southwest, north, west, northwest, northwest, south, west, north, west, south, south. That's it. All right, so we have to make a path in the non-blocked places. Fine. So south. I'll just write it out. Okay. So it's the fact that there are these new paths that we can take. Okay, south. Let's use this to go where we're going. South, then west. No, south, then south again to get to here. Then west, then south and south again. Then west, then south, then west, then north, west, north, west, north, west, south, then west, then north, then west, then south, and south again gets us there. South, south, west, south, south, west, south, west, north, west, north, west, north, west, south, west, north, west, south, south. Okay. I think that's right. It would be very appropriate if this was wrong. It would be very... Whoa. Okay. That's okay. That's the soda cap, which is now... All right. Oh. Okay. The little cap on the soda keeps the pressure in, and occasionally as it heats up, it explodes. It's a miracle that I haven't gotten injured by that and lost an eye over the years. All right, here we go. South, 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 west, south, south, west, south, west, northwest. That's our first line. Northwest, northwest, southwest, northwest, south, south. After what seems like an eternity in the darkness of the sewers, you stumble into the prison's ventilation room. You look around, there are large air circulation systems everywhere, and a tangle of silver pipes runs through the room. On one side of the room, a maintenance hatch for the air conditioning and ventilation system has obviously not been properly attached. The pipe appears to lead into an adjacent room. You carefully open the shaft and look inside. You get a star. Draw card 62. All right, so we got a star. I guess that was right. And we're told to draw card 62. Presumably from the laundry room deck. Or no, from our deck here. All right, what have we found? Now, is this a different star or the same star? I guess it's a different star. This star tells us we get 62. Why it's a different star? Okay, so it's peanuts. Okay. Yeah, it's peanuts. I mean, we've concluded he had a peanut allergy, so that's it. I mean, the game's over. All right, let's see. You've reached the final card in the stack. Now you have to make a decision. How did he die? How did the perpetrator access the crime scene? When was the crime prepared? Who had the time and access to prepare it? More than one person wanted Liam O'Reilly dead, but the murder was committed by only one person. All right, so I think Jamie is thinking smartly. He's saying, look, it has to be a prisoner who could order the peanuts from the commissary. So not the doctor, not the guard. I think that's smart thinking. I mean, I'm looking at this card saying it's useless to us. We know it's peanut allergy, but I guess what we're learning now is somehow this person got into the visitor's room and like what, forced him to eat peanuts. Pretty craziness, but okay. So it had to have been a prisoner with access to a wrench, I guess, who could come down here with peanuts. I mean, it seems like it could be our commissary guy. How do we know it's not our commissary guy? Because he didn't used to work at the commissary, did he? Liam used to work at the commissary, or we don't know who worked at the commissary, but maybe Liam, but not our guy. Not the guy who's currently working at the commissary. So a different prisoner. I mean, I think what we're concluding is it's going to be the guy related to the newspaper guy that we never met. We do have someone that ordered peanuts. That doesn't really help us. Can we look at our schedule here? Do we have Gomez on this schedule somewhere? Not really. Okay, yes, we do. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Visitor's room. Bingo. Not bingo. That's today. Marcus Gomez was in the visitor's room today. So Liam was scheduled. Okay, let's think this through. Liam was scheduled yesterday at 13:50 when he died. Marcus Gomez was scheduled today. So I think it's going to turn out to be Marcus, who we've not met, we don't think. Unless we have in the rec room or something and didn't realize it. So we meet this old guy who wants cigarettes. Tells us about the laundry room. All right, so we don't seem to have met this guy, but can we get something about can we tell something about the lockdown that would have told us when he would be in that visiting room? Like, here's Marcus Gomez. How do we put him? How do we say he had access to the laundry room? That's what we would be trying to prove. Who had access to the laundry room? How do we know what room he was in? We've got literally no information about him. The chat is coming up with an interesting idea. It only takes trace amount of peanuts to cause a reaction. Air particles or peanuts. So do you think that what's happened is that he's gone to the visiting room the day before and left the peanuts there? That doesn't really work. Why doesn't it work? It seems like that would be a much easier thing to do. Bring a pocket full of peanuts into the visiting room and smear them all around, knowing that Marcus is going to be in there soon. But it doesn't really work because he's in the day after Liam. So we'd have to know that he had access earlier, and he's left them in the grate. So he clearly had access to this. So the question is, someone saw this. So this is in our cell block. So maybe what we're supposed to conclude is that Marcus is obviously in our cell block, could see that Liam on the 2nd at 10 a.m. this is posted. So Marcus sees that Liam is going to be there. So he goes through the gate and leaves the peanuts. But is that our entire evidence against this guy? That seems crazy. How do we have any evidence against this guy? Let me read that final thing again. How did he die? He died of peanut allergy. How did he access the crime scene? He went through the laundry room vents. When was the crime prepared, and who had the time and access to prepare it? All right, so if we eliminate the doctor, who I really wanted to blame, and the guard, but anyone could have left those peanuts days in advance. Those peanuts could be left days in advance. Who had the time and access? So it would have had to be someone with a wrench. So it has to be one of the prisoners, but couldn't it be any prisoner? Why couldn't it be any prisoner? Is this a clue? Order summary. So they order 10 bags of peanuts. on the 3rd. It doesn't help us. Should we be asking who would have known about his peanut allergy? And should the answer only be his cellmate? Is that the secret? But why would his cellmate do it? It seems clear it's got to be the prisoner who's related to the person he killed. But how does he find out about the peanut allergy? I guess because he was having lunch with them or he talked about it. Can we listen to Simon's recording? You want to listen to the audio recordings again, huh? Okay, we have Liam's recording, and then we had 2 more.
This is a call from Brooklyn Maximum Security Prison. Your call will be recorded for security reasons. This call was placed by Santiago Hernandez. Your call could
That
not
was
be answered.
Santiago. Let's see if this is the one you want to listen
This is a
to.
call from Brooklyn Maximum Security Prison. Your call will be recorded for security reasons. This call was placed by Simon Clark. Hey, I know they already told you. Don't worry, okay? I have people who care about me now. What does that mean, Simon? It means that stupid asshole will regret ever meeting me. Don't do something stupid now. That doesn't sound like you at all. I just want you to come home. Yeah, that thing about coming home isn't it. I'll probably have to sit a little longer because of a fight. Let's take home now. Shit, Simon, I've really had enough. You're always disappointing me. Honey, are you there? I'm sorry, do you hear me? End of call.
Nope, by the time he's made this call, our guy is already dead. Because our guy died at 2 p.m. Call is made at 14:45. Our guy is dead by then, having been killed at 2 p.m. during his meeting. All right, let's take a break. Try to figure out the solution during the break. I'd love to hear it. I'll see you in 8 minutes. So we'll have to talk about the experience playing this game. It hasn't been without its frustrations. There's some talk in the chat that I think is useful. Have we ruled out the warden? I think it's Samuel. I think there's another schedule. I think that's the key. Vibotched says something that I think is key, and I'll show you what I noticed. So you have this schedule about inmate movement, but we weren't quite sure how to use it. I mean, we know we're in cell block B. We believe we're in cell block B because we were in the rec room, and that's when we saw the schedule on that would have been about our block. And here is when our guy is killed in this block here when there's lockdown. The question is who's locked down where? But I think there's a key to that, because I think if we go to these records, this is where we could see that our guard wasn't on scene. Besides, it looks like it's an illegal inmate usage. But now look at this. Here's Simon Clark, but look what we've got. His holding cell is block B. So he is in lockdown. I mean, look what it says. It says that you're in lockdown, but it's I was going to say, who could have known about his allergy? But anyway, cell block B is locked down. And I wonder if it's being suggested that cell block B is locked down and they don't go to the cafeteria for lunch. They do go to the cafeteria for lunch, but if we assume you can't get into the grates, you can only go in from the laundry room, then these people wouldn't have access to the laundry room. So anyone who's in cell block A can't have done it. So if we go back to this and we look at, we know Simon was in cell block B, so he could have had access, but we know he was in lockdown via his phone call. Keiko Davis is in cell block A. That's our gang leader. So it can't be him. Santiago is in cell block B, so it could have been him. And he is a member of B17. But if you look at the schedule, it looks like lunch is from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. So he would have been busy serving lunch, even though it's not shown here. It's just because it's lunch in your own cell block. So I think that would rule him out. Liam, cell block B. Inmate O'Reilly collapsed during lunch, was treated by Dr. Adams. So on March 1st, the day before he was killed, he passed out, but maybe people didn't know how he died. Now, Marcus Gomez, we know nothing about. Samuel Young, well, he's our cellmate, so he was obviously in B. Let's look at him a little more carefully. So, violation of state secrets, destruction of important research, burglary at government. I mean, it's all environmental stuff. Low-level security, convicted of burglary, FBI research lab, releasing animals. Quiet inmate became conspicuous when he went on a hunger strike. He also motivated other inmates to sabotage the cafeteria food until a vegan option was officially added. He now receives bread with plant-based margarine for every meal. Sure doesn't seem like he has a motive. And no tattoos. He's not a member of this gang. So I don't think he has any motive. I think the one person that's standing out here is this person that there's no file on, Marcus Gomez. So what would we love to see if before we accuse Marcus Gomez, the reason we want to accuse him is because it seems like he could be related to Danny Gomez, who was killed by Liam. Target of a drive-by shooting believed to be involved in the murder of a Brooklyn 17 member. Act of revenge. But surely we need more evidence. We'd like to confirm that he was in cell block B. Where have we seen Marcus mentioned ever? Here he is in the visiting room the day after. Now, one question is, and I think it's a reasonable question, we're in cell block B, so is everyone on this list here, is this only posted in cell block B for people in cell block B? I think possibly yes. I think possibly the only people on this list are cell block B. So we might be getting confirmation now that Marcus is in the same cell block as Liam, which would give him access. What about this? Can we see any clues that Marcus would know about the peanut allergy? Not really. He's not on this list. No mention that he's here. No mention of him here, or here, or here. No mention of him on any of these things or on this. No mention of Marcus being involved in the commissary, is there? Is there any mention of Marcus on any of these cards that we've overlooked? Could it be our cellmate? Is there any reason to think it's our cellmate? I don't see why. Melissa says if he's the cook, he would know. What are you talking about if he's the cook? I mean, that's Santiago. Santiago is the cook. Sure, he would know, but what would be his... I thought we ruled out Santiago somehow. How did we rule out Santiago besides that he would be cooking lunch? He was in solitary confinement. That's how we've ruled him out. He's in a different cell block. That's how we've ruled him out. We've ruled out these two because they're not prisoners. They wouldn't use the laundry. He's our roommate. We can't find a motive for him. No fingerprints on the wrench. Any sign of our guy in the laundry room? Not really. Any sign of Samuel gave us this. He told us that was from our guy. Any clue here other than just a jar of peanuts? Is there any other mention of we're told we need a wrench, so anyone who came in here would have to have a wrench. I'm just looking for some clues we might have overlooked. The meeting was arranged immediately on the day he contacted us. We informed the warden at 10. No one else was told, but something must have leaked. So if we don't think it was a coincidence, then someone would have had to find out about it. But we don't know what he did before, so I don't know how we would know that. Whoever killed O'Reilly's smart. It's not easy to prove it's murder. Normally people in prison are beaten or stabbed. That would suggest our cellmate. Our cellmate was in the position to do it. He was smart, and he would have known about the peanut allergy, but he has no motive that we can find. Doesn't the visitor schedule say snitch? It does, but I don't know how that's of any use to us. We don't know. It seems like it doesn't seem like it's odd that that's there. It seems like that would have been put there by staff. But what do you make of it? I mean, like, sorry, no act. This is when he's killed. He's killed here. And then this says no access. Inspector's coming. So that what are we supposed to understand here? That the warden knows he's a snitch and has put it on the official notes for everyone to see, and is trying to say what? That you have to kill Liam? She did update it the day after they told her, it's true. But what's our theory then? That the warden of the prison learned he was going to tell on the gang, so she wrote this public update? And that what? That she's somehow saying that you have to kill Liam because of where it is? We do know that Santiago got a transfer from high security. Who's the one that got transferred? No, this guy. the boss of the B-17 went from high to low security from the warden. So he might be working with the warden to do all this kickback. And then but how does that, he's just the boss. He's not in the right he's not even in the right cell block, but he could hire anyone. So how does that help us? Gang leader got privileges years ago before this. O'Reilly's fit was also just a joke, or what? They're talking about when when our guy had a reaction to the peanuts. He says that's just a joke. We really don't know. Just looking at our past cards. The commissary had to be filled. It's Dr. Adams. Let's confirm right now. Here's commissary. Romery is we just met that crazy doctor. Mark Walker. She says Santiago is not a bad guy, he's a family guy. He met the warden. He'll be in his old cell. We found she was embezzling money. I feel like this game is not giving us what we need. Gang leader also made sure Simon was at the commissary because he said Simon started the fight. Don't understand what you're talking about. Don't understand why that's relevant. What if Gomez's file was deleted and needs retrieving? That's an interesting idea. That Gomez's file has not been uploaded. Please update urgently. What does that mean? I feel like we got some information that exonerated Santiago, but I can't remember what it would have been. Look at this thing from our cellmate again. I always used to have the top bunk. Didn't help Liam. On the day he died, he hid himself there all day. He jumped at every sound. He only relaxed when he was taken to the visiting room. Clearly, he wasn't safe there either. We give him our hand. He looks at us. He lies down, and he tosses out the medical wristband. This must have belonged to Liam. Can we identify the other prisoner with the gang leader that was an eyewitness to Simon's fight? We had 2 prisoner numbers. Where is that information from? Where is the information about 2 witnesses to the fight? I'm not disagreeing with it, but just saying some way to narrow down. Way to narrow down where to find what you're talking about. Was it a website? Was it the infirmary? The info was in Simon's prison file. So Simon did put something in someone's food in his previous arrest. There's his fight. Cheekbone was broken in a fight with inmate 3269, which we think is our Liam. And eyewitnesses, AP, that's our boss guy. And XI966. Report that Clark was responsible for the incident. Clark fought back. And he was in solitary confinement. So your question was, who's inmate XI966558? I guess we don't really know. Doesn't belong to our cellmate or Santiago. And he was let out of isolation after the death. So I don't see how this really helped us. Like, even if you identified that eyewitness, it wouldn't give us any information that we could use. All right, I guess we got to vote on who this is, who our killer is. The answer to this last question. I don't see how we have the answer for this. Who had the time and access to prepare it? I mean, the preparation was just to bring the peanuts in the cell into the thing. You would have to know about his allergic reaction on March 1st, be able to get the peanuts that day, the next morning, and bring them into the thing. Because of the lockdown, you would have had to be in cell block B. Or had breakfast, if breakfast wasn't locked down. So maybe everyone could have done it, as long as you did it at 8 a.m. There's no reason, we don't know. It could have been put in there any morning, any time in the morning. I just don't, I don't get it. I don't get how this game has given us the information to answer this. I hope that we're missing some stuff. It just feels like we have to be missing a bunch of stuff. Are we really going to accuse some guy just because he has the same last name with the murder victim? What about Santiago? Why do I keep going back and forth about whether he was ruled out? Is it more likely that this is all Santiago? That he saw him having the fit, he figured out that he went into shock because of peanuts, and he's a snitch. I think it's Santiago Hernandez. I think it's Santiago Hernandez. I think he's in the same cell block. He could have seen the note saying he's a snitch. He's part of B-17, so he has a motive to kill him. And he's one of the few people who knew he had the allergic reaction to peanuts. And he's clearly in charge of the commissary and supplies enough to get access to the peanuts on short notice. So I think it's Santiago. Now, I thought at some point that we had a reason why he couldn't have done it. But now I think, barring that, I think it's him. And I think he's the one making money with the... Hey, is that our clue? Is that our clue from this phone call? Like, he's making the call at 10:45 on the morning of the guy's death because he's just seen the note from the warden saying there's a snitch. That's our clue. Like, he's the one who knows that you better stop dealing the drugs from the business.
This is a call from Brooklyn Maximum Security Prison. Your call will be recorded for security reasons. This call was placed by Santiago Hernandez. Your call could not be answered. Leave a message after the beep. Bobby, man, you gotta answer when I call you. Be careful. Step away from the business for the next few days, okay? And take care of Grandma. She needs you outside, and as much as I like having you around, dude, you're enough for me as a visitor here, understand?
We don't even know. Grandmother might be an important clue. Okay. I thought his alibi was he's busy preparing lunch. You could have dropped off these peanuts in the morning. There's no reason you have to have dropped them off at lunch. I want to see what this crazy doctor says about him. She says, get to know Santiago. I see similarities between you and him. He's totally family men. Give each other a chance. Start out slow, and it doesn't really help us. Gives you a copy of the school yearbook. Oh, yeah, let's look at his school yearbook. Maybe there's another detail. He knows robotics. Could he have used a robot to plant the peanuts? I don't think so. But I don't see why he couldn't have planted the peanuts at any time in the morning. He knew about the allergic reaction. Not many people did. He had access to the commissary and knew about the illegal trading. He was B-17, so he had a motive. And he clearly has gotten advance warning that the business is at risk. So I'm going to vote Santiago. Let's have a vote. Let's do this. Let's do this. We don't even know who our potential subjects are. The other alternative is our cellmate, and then there's the person who could be a relative of the person killed in the by Liam shooting. The person whose last name is Gomez. Gomez is too common a name. That would be crazy. All right. Time to vote. Sorry, I just voted okay. Can someone vote Santiago for me? Oh, looks like we got a couple of good people convinced on the Santiago theory. 3 votes for Santiago. I see. 4 votes for Santiago. We've all come around to Santiago. The first person we interacted with in this prison. Are we being biased just because he beat us up? I can absolutely see that happening. You get beat up by someone, you start to think they're a master criminal. Very few people knew about the allergy and had motive and we think had opportunity. It's going to be Santiago. It's going to be Santiago. But that's pretty nasty. I'm not super happy about it. All right, looks like we got 6 votes for Santiago. Really, no one has a different theory. When did we meet Santiago for the first time? Where's our cafeteria? I'd like to see that first meeting with him. Just reread Santiago's interactions here. Heavily tattooed. We think we're gonna get some food. Dishes don't sound so bad. What are you doing standing there? You're going to collapse because you don't like my food too, or what? So he's making reference to the other guy that collapsed, Liam. He's making a joke about it. It's a little odd. The ingredients keep getting cheaper and more disgusting. Someone else tells him, hey, O'Reilly's fit was also just a joke, or what? You can't help yourself when you hear the name O'Reilly. You ask what he means, and then they get beat up. All right. It looks like everyone is on board with Santiago. All right. Here we go. All right. Here we go. There's our victim, Liam, who is going to tell the truth about the gang. There's who we've accused of being the murderer, the chef B-17 gang member. There's our question. How did he die from his peanut allergy? How did the perpetrator access the crime scene through the laundry room vents? How was the crime prepared, and who had the time and access to prepare it? So we said Santiago went and got peanuts sometime in the morning, went and put them there, and then came back. He's in the same cell block. That's it. More than one person wanted him dead, but the murderer was committed by only one person. Once we have figured it out, go to the webpage. Okay, so don't turn this over, only when we're told. All right, so we're going to the website, and we should click on the solution to the case. Are we going to get a solution to the case? Here we go. Okay. When you have drawn all the cards, you can close the case. Go through all the evidence and clues again. Check the motives and alibis. If you're sure you can clearly identify one perpetrator, press the button below to continue solving the case. Don't worry, you can look at the clues again if you make a mistake. You should be answering the following questions. How did he die? How did he access the crime scene? When was it prepared, and who had the time to prepare it? And here are our suspects. So notice we couldn't even choose the guy named Gomez. Who I really want to blame is the doctor. I just can't find a way to do it. All right, so we are going to say it's Santiago. And we've selected him. Okay, here we go. You solved the case. 5 stars. It was immediately clear to you that Liam O'Reilly's fate was sealed when he agreed to cooperate with the FBI, but you were surprised by how many enemies he had in prison. In addition to the members of the betrayed gang, Keiko Davis, Santiago Hernandez, and Simon Clark, O'Reilly also had the director, the guard, and his lover, the psychiatrist, against him. The director worked with the Brooklyn 17. A statement from O'Reilly would have put her on the hook too, but instead of taking action herself, she informed the gang members that O'Reilly was a rat. Through the inmate's schedule, envelope 13, she advised that the renegade member would be in the visitors' lounge at 2 p.m. to snitch. She knew this information would have the desired effect, but the leader of the Brooklyn 17 didn't get this information until later. He was stuck in cell block A without access to the lounge when the information was posted at 10 a.m. on the day of the murder. He didn't know anything about the appointment and had no opportunity to do anything due to the lockdown until 3 p.m. However, the other gang members weren't with him in cell block A. Keiko assumes that Simon Clark took care of the traitor. That's the only reason he took him into the gang, but Simon Clark was in solitary confinement. He knew nothing about the meeting and had no way of killing O'Reilly. Speaking of killing, how did O'Reilly die anyway? After your research, you were able to find out O'Reilly must have died of anaphylactic shock. A few days ago, he had a severe allergic reaction to the peanuts in the food served. Since then, all inmates and prison staff knew about his potentially fatal allergy. Well, not all inmates. Simon Clark was in solitary confinement at the time in the visiting room when O'Reilly died. The air conditioning was set to the highest setting. It not only diligently pumped cold air into the room, but also fine peanut particles. Someone had used the ventilation room to place peanuts in the air conditioning system. These small particles killed the occupant, who thought he was safe. The guard, Susan Warren, who was supposed to guard the room, was neglecting her work and had left her post due to a private matter. But who had the opportunity to prepare this trap? Samuel Young would certainly have the intelligence and ability, but he had no motive to kill his cellmate. The director had already done her part to get rid of O'Reilly. She was also stuck in meetings and appointments all day. She would have no opportunity to prepare the crime. The same goes for Susan Warren and Michelle Adams. When Santiago Hernandez learned of the betrayal, all he thought about was his little brother, who works on the outside for the illegal prison smuggling system. O'Reilly knew about it and was apparently ready to inform. After warning his brother over the phone, he decided to kill O'Reilly. He chose a perfidious, inconspicuous method. Nobody would expect the violent meathead to carry out this type of crime. The clever Santiago climbed through the duct system from the washroom into the ventilation room, placed the peanuts, turned the air conditioning on high, and you solved the case. Well done. Now draw card 5 and read the finale. All right, so we did it. Boy, was that stressful, though. Stressful is not the right word. It was just a little frustrating dealing with that case. All right, well, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it in full in a minute, but let's read the finale. 8 hours. I think we were getting a little testy there. I mean, I know I was, but let's read the solution. The finale. Okay. You present the results of your mission to Special Agent Shepard and your boss. They both nod approvingly. They would never admit it, but you've proven once again you're the best. It's almost ridiculous that you even have superiors anymore. Agent Shepard, in particular, gets on your nerves with his condescending manner. You also can't remember the last time he was sent on a dangerous or difficult mission. Still, he earns more than you. The fact that he, not you, is being offered a raise after your great work drives you crazy. Maybe it's time to get your money and recognition in other ways. You made good friends in prison, and the Brooklyn 17 could certainly use an agent on the outside. If you switch sides now, you would definitely earn a nice sum every month. What does your future hold? Stay loyal to the FBI and remain an honorable agent, or change sides and work as a well-paid double agent for the Brooklyn 17. So it looks like the designers of this case were like, in this case, you're not really a criminal. Maybe we should give the players the opportunity to become criminals. All right, what's it going to be? I mean, you could convince me in a game that we should join the bad guys' criminals team. You could have convinced me in the last game that if I was an undercover art thief to join the art thief gang, but I'm not going to join the B-17. Like, they'll all end up in prison. Surely we're not going to join the B-17. This whole group here in the chat wants to join the gang. You guys want to join the gang, huh? That's all it takes to join the gang. That's all it takes, huh? That's all it takes. You didn't get enough recognition by your boss and you're ready to join the criminals. Really? That's all it's going to take to get you to join criminals? That you didn't get the raise? Yes. They all... Star wants to join the criminals double agent. Melissa wants to join the criminals double agent. All right, I'm going to leave this up to you guys. I'll give you another minute, though, to make your final choices. Therese wants to be a double agent. We got two double agents and 2 FBI. But I know Melissa wanted to be a double agent. You got to type vote 3 double agents. 3 double agents, 2 FBI. Looks like we're going to be double agent. But you still got a couple people in the chat still have a minute to join in and vote. All right, 8 seconds left. We're going to stop at the 2-minute mark. So far, double agents winning. All right, that's it. We're embracing. And Sage Secret jumped in to vote. So we got even more. Even more double agents. Okay, I don't know why it's not recognizing Sage's vote. I think you maybe you have to type I vote for or something. I gotta check that out. I'm not sure why it didn't register that, but oh, maybe I stopped the vote. Okay, so that's it. We voted. The chat has spoken. We're deciding to be double agents. All right, change sides. Work for as a well-paid double agent for the Brooklyn 17. So we're not going to read this card. We are going to read this card. What do they say? The grass is always greener on the other side of the fence. From now on, you'll be getting plenty of green every month in exchange for the small favors you do for the gang. During your training, you always preferred to take the role of bad cop. Now you enjoy the thrill you get when you collect your payment in Keiko Davis's massage salon. You also feel special satisfaction when your sabotage means your annoying colleague, Agent Shepard, is no longer successful in his investigations against the Brooklyn 17. As the only agent who consistently delivers results, your promotion is sure to arrive soon. Who would have thought that you could so easily kill 2 birds with 1 stone? 4 stars, but you learn more in prison than just who was responsible for William O'Reilly's murder. Go to ending 2 to decide how to deal with the other suspects. Then draw card 8 and see how you did. I see. Okay, so first let's give ourselves 4 stars. There's a second ending now. All right, let's get our 4 stars and then we'll see if you guys we'll see how we did here. 4 stars. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so the last card is going to be about our score, but we still have to go online and do ending 2, huh? There's no link to it? Okay, solution. No, we don't want solution of the case. We just want Incognito. Okay, what should happen to Nicole Roberts? Make sure she's arrested as the main person responsible for the murder. Talk to her over coffee about how you can expand the gang influence in prison or blackmail her with her connection to the gang. How good is this? This is what I like about this series, these little elements. So we've already joined the gang. We're the bad guy now. So how do we deal with this woman in her Gucci suit and her $6,000 coffee machine? I mean, she's not getting out of this so easy. She is not getting out of this unscathed. We are going to get our pound of flesh. What do we want? We want this one. Blackmail, blackmail, blackmail. Look at this group. Blackmail. Oh my God, you guys have gone to the dark side quick. All right, why not? Let's blackmail her. Everyone wants to blackmail her. Look at this. Look at this group. How quickly. 5 votes for blackmail. All right, what about Michelle Adams? We can make sure she loses her license. We can invite her on a date, or we can quietly shuffle her off to a new job. All right, what do you guys want to do with good old Michelle Adams? We certainly can't get her fired because she could make trouble for us. And when you're a criminal, you don't want to fire the bad guys. This is like politics. When you catch someone doing something bad, you don't get rid of them. That's exactly who you want in place, someone who's compromised. She's compromised, so we want her right where she is. The only question is whether we start dating her or whether we just want to move her off to another department, another hospital, so she's not such a risk. Like, this woman is unstable. She is a risk for us. If someone jilts her, she could blow our whole operation. All right. So Isara wants her fired. Rob says she needs a date. And everyone else says shuffle her off. All right, we're going to shuffle her off. She's not stable enough. She's a risk. She's a risk. You can't date her. She's a lunatic. She'll get us in trouble. We're just quietly moving her off. Okay, Susan Warren. Susan Warren, we can reopen the investigation to clear Brooklyn 17's name. We can make sure she loses her job, or we can make sure her husband never testifies against the Brooklyn 17. So this is about loose ends. We can visit that hospital, try to kill off her husband, make sure he never wakes up. But what's the idea? He wakes up, he says, yeah, it was Liam, I'm an eyewitness, and then Liam was dead, so they blame the gang. But it's not going to help us to kill the husband, because then we're going to have this lady coming after us. Reopening the shooting investigation, is that really going to clear our name? Oh, I think maybe the way we should read this is that we're going to falsify this investigation. We're going to reopen the shooting and make with the evidence to clear B-17. Boy, that seems risky. I think we want this woman right where she is. Make sure she loses her job. Boy, that's rough. That might be a bridge too far even for me, even joining the criminal side. She lost her husband. Are we really going to get her fired so she has no money? That's a tricky one. I don't think killing your husband's going to help us out here. It's either going to be we leave her in place, but we clear B17 and hope that we can convince her it wasn't B17. Or we can try to get rid of her and hope she doesn't make trouble. She's really not in a position to know anything. I think it's going to be A or B. That's pretty cold-hearted to get her fired, though. She is a little violent, though. Well, let's have a vote on this one. I don't know if I have the heart to get her fired. But maybe. Why do I not have a vote with that screen? Fired. All right. You guys are just all in, huh? You're all in. Yeah, that's the way you got to do it when you go to the criminal side. You got to be all in. That's it. Fired. Oh, two people want to reopen the case and falsify the evidence. That's pretty risky for us. I think that's too high risky. I don't think I agree. She's not going to be convinced. She's not in really a position to do anything, but this is a close case. The risk of trying to reopen this case and get caught is too high. We're just going to fire her and get her out of the way. Done. That's it. It's done. That's the easy way to go. That's the safer way to go. All right. Okay. This guy now. Ensure there will be a good vegan option in prison. Suggest him as a suitable FBI informant or establish a pen pal relationship with him. So he did break the rules in helping us. I think but he doesn't know anything. But we could use that to our advantage. But we don't know how much we can trust him. How much time is he doing in jail? If he's doing a lot of time, we might have some leverage on him. Let me see how much time he's doing in prison. Early possible decision to be made summer 22. He could be getting out. He's already served 2 years. Early release, low security. Burglary, animals. He's motivated by animals. I don't think it's safe. I don't think we can count on him. Let's just try to be friendly with him. Pen pal relationship, that's too risky. Our mail is searched. No, we can't be leaving trails. We're just gonna try to establish a relationship with him. Yeah, I agree with this. Let's not risk our whole criminal career on this guy. Okay, Keiko Davis. Make sure he gets out of prison early. Involve yourself in the business of the massage parlor or provide him with insider information in prison. I don't think we're getting this guy out of prison. I think let's get into the massage parlor business and make some more money. Or is that too risky for us? How long is he going to be in jail? No early release currently under consideration. Maximum security, but then she got him in low security, but he's not getting out. Right, let me see what the channel wants to do with this guy. Everyone wants to get their money in the massage parlor. That's pretty risky. It's pretty risky. If you give him info, you risk getting caught. It's all risky, isn't it? All right, let's just make our money and then move to another country. Everyone's in agreement. All right, last guy, Simon Clark. Explain to Keiko Simon had nothing to do with his death. Pay his lonely girlfriend a visit, offer a shoulder to cry on, or get him kicked out of the gang. We don't need him kicked out of the gang. Why do we care if Keiko thinks he killed him? Santiago's going to tell him that he didn't kill him. Well, you guys want him kicked out of the gang for what? How does that benefit us? Then you just got one angry guy who feels betrayed by the gang who's going to go talk about the gang. This is our next informant. Why do we want that? We don't want that. I mean, you could kill him. I don't see how it benefits us. I mean, we both heard that girlfriend on the message. She sounded, let's be honest. Let's be 100% honest here after 8 hours. She sounded very attractive. I mean, we're in the criminal lifestyle now. She sounded attractive. She sounded responsible, like she was looking for someone who would be responsible. They're young. I think we're in for a penny, we're in for a pound. All right, here's our epilogues. Here's Nicole Roberts, the warden. She doesn't want to lose her job. This becomes clear as soon as you pay her a visit. Of course, you can make that possible. Unfortunately, it will cost her every month that you don't snitch. The assignment really paid off. Okay, the crazy doctor. She's definitely not a bad doctor. But she's perhaps a bit too naive to deal with criminals. You sit down with her and make it clear she wants to keep her license. She urgently needs to look for a new job. 2 weeks later, you hear she's gone back to research. She probably won't run the risk of falling in love with a patient again. Susan Warren. When you report that she only started her job in prison to get revenge on O'Reilly and doesn't shy away from unnecessary brutality, she loses her job. You firmly believe this decision is better for all inmates and better for Susan Warren. There's some rationalization. You only spent a few days in prison yourself, and you're not an animal rights activist. But the fact that Samuel doesn't have a decent meal option shocks you. After just a few phone calls in which you threatened to call the press, you're assured that from now on a healthy vegan diet will be provided in prison. You can literally smell the money when you enter the salon. If Keiko was hoping to just use you as an FBI watchdog, he was wrong. Switch sides to make money. And you do that now too. You switch sides to make money, and you do that now too. Someday you'll be the mastermind of the Brooklyn 17. Keiko will die in prison eventually. Someone will have to take over the job outside. Simon's girlfriend sounded very nice and lonely. Maybe she's had enough of her criminal boyfriend and would like to upgrade to an FBI agent. You'll visit her sometime. And there we have it. You managed. Thank you for playing. That's going to be a German translation. You managed. All right. Do you want more? Our second case, Deep Rush. What? Okay, Deep Rush is called Rapture in English. Let's see if we can't get the English version of this page. We don't want... I wonder if there isn't an English version of this page. Okay, doesn't matter. We've played Vendetta, we've played Shadows, and this is called Rapture. Okay, review now on Amazon. I do normally remind you that if you enjoy a game that we play here, and you haven't paid any money for it because you're not a supporter of the channel and you're not haven't bought the game, you might consider leaving a review on Amazon or something else for the game, especially if you liked it. I've talked about how you could imagine a company would have a problem with these playthroughs. Although 8 hours long, there's a handful of people watching. It's not like this channel is doing any damage to their sales. But if you want to do something for the company, you could do that. Now, let's check out our scoring here. So here's our stars. What have we got? 5, 10, 15, 16, 17 stars. Let's see how we did score-wise. Well, not that good. Not that good, actually. So 14 or fewer. 14 or fewer would have been no. You made it through the assignment, but you dislocated your shoulder, broke your cheekbone, blew your cover. 15 to 18, that's us. Capable agent. That is the worst score of all three of the Masters of Crime that we've played. That's what it felt like. It felt like whatever paths we were on, they were not particularly useful paths. So it absolutely felt like we were not on the same wavelength as this game. We did not really get on the wavelength of this game. We almost got a bad score. I mean, we did get a bad score, but we almost got the worst score. Kind of shocking to me, considering that we almost didn't even get the killer. All right, let's take a look at some of the cards we didn't see. And then we'll talk about this game experience. I mean, I know where this ranks with the Masters of Crime games we've played, but I'm curious to hear what the group thinks. So, was there any particular cards we were curious about? So if we had chosen to, let's see if we can make sense out of these. There was an early decision at the FBI about self-defense or tattoo. So here's, if you got a tattoo, you'd get a star. And if you did self-defense, you'd get a star. So no difference in scoring here, just a difference in how the story went on. All right. That's the cigarettes. Okay, so then the first thing we did, it was the basketball court. That was so weird. Well, we went to the cafeteria. No, we went to the warden's office. Let's see. So I forget what we got at the warden's office. I think maybe we would have gotten nothing, but here you can see same stars on both of these cards. I forget if we got a star at the warden's office. Too bad okay, we didn't get a star. What did we ask for at the warden's office? I forgot what we did, but both of the alternatives gave a star. We picked the one alternative that didn't. We asked about staff. We could have asked about our cellmate or something about O'Reilly. Okay, so we lost the star there. Then we went to the cafeteria and we got punched in the face. So if we had said, better food. If we had asked for better food, we would have gotten a star. And if we had, I forget what the other choice was. Show some goddamn respect. So because we acted tough, we got 2 stars. What did we do at the, I forget what we did at the cafeteria that got us no stars. Doesn't matter, I suppose. Then we went to the basketball court. That's where things really seemed to take a wrong turn because there were so many cards that we could have seen. So if we had joined the red team, we could have gotten 2 stars and been able to talk to them about stuff. So if you choose the other team, you could still talk to them about stuff and gotten another star by talking to them about the salon. There's a challenge. You declare your loyalty to their group. Talk about the Knicks. You get another star. So you could have gotten a whole bunch of stars here through the basketball. Somehow we decided we don't even want to do it, and we got no stars. Okay, somehow you could have gotten into the guard room. Oh, I see. This is not a real card. Okay. At the commissary, we had other options. I don't know what this was we did there, but we could have gotten another star. Asked about the fight. No star. In our cell, if we had taken the empty bunk, we would have gotten a star. Same stuff. We still got the card, the bracelet. Says something pokes you in the back when you lie down in the lower bunk. You find the wristband. You know it's a power move to take the bottom bunk, usually reserved for established and respected inmates. Huh. Okay, so that would have been another star. In the rec room, I forget if we got a star. No, we didn't get a star in the rec room. Watching TV, but we could have done other things there that would have gotten us stars. Looks like almost every time we picked the worst option. Either way, they tell us about the sewer system. Okay, visiting room, we could have gotten stars. Arrogant as ever. If we said we want it out right away. Okay, so if we said this is an interesting card. If we said we're ready to solve it, he said, playing alone, don't discuss the case, you get 2 more stars. You're playing as a team, craft a story. Each of you should take a paper and pencil without discussing it. Write down 5 words that seem the most important for your solution. Compare your answers. 2 words in common, 2 stars. This is a very weird card. This is a very weird card. I'm very curious what the game mechanical concept was, idea was here. So we had a choice. It was to either say we're confident or we need more time. We said we need more time, which got us 1 star. If we said we're very confident, then it just gives us 2 stars, but it doesn't make us do anything any quicker. And if you're multiplayer, you do some weird thing and then you get a star. What's the logic here? What is the logic of this from a game mechanic perspective? It asks you whether you're confident you've almost cracked the case, prepare for release tomorrow, or we need more time. If we say we're confident, it gives us 2 stars, and that's it. It doesn't make us answer the case sooner or later. And if there's multiple players, it does this weird, annoying thing. I guess I would consider that annoying. So you might get 2 stars. Worst case, you get 1. And if you say you need more time, you're working on it, you just get 1 star. That makes no sense to me. It seems like it should give you stars, but then make you answer the questions. That makes no sense. Okay, and then at the library, feels like we did the right thing at the library. Where is our library card? Yeah, the library was the one place we picked the right answer. So both of the other answers, you don't get a star. I'm not sure how you could have gotten that many more stars than we got. Basketball could have given you 3, a couple more, I guess. Seems like it would be very hard to get all the way up to 30. Is there really a way to get 30 stars? I have my doubts from looking at this. I feel like you could have gotten another 5 stars, maybe 6 stars. That would still be 5 short of 30. I have my doubts. I'm curious. I want to look on BGG and see if people have talked about this. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We've been playing for 8.5 hours, one of our longest streams, a special Sunday stream. It's like you Sunday people. Normally, we're here just for an hour playing the Dear Homes play by mail. Now you got a bonus. You got a taste. You got a taste of what the 8-hour sessions look like that I normally play overnight. We're going to take a 3-minute break. We're going to be back for a short little discussion of the game. We can talk through it. If you've been here for 8 hours, I hope you'll stick around for 3 more minutes and we'll talk about the game. I'd like to hear your thoughts, especially if you've played the other Masters of Crime games. I'll see you in 3 minutes. We will talk about it. We're back. It's 10:38 p.m. We started playing at 2 p.m. 8.5 hours we've been playing this game. I am curious what you thought. It was a fun little roller coaster, says Jamie. Melissa says, this was a tough one. Very buggy, didn't seem to flow well. No aha moment. Final answer was just a guess because nothing else made sense. Felt like a letdown. Rob says, it was probably the best Masters of Crime so far, simply because it had less online crap. No damn Google Maps. Isara says, this game, in my opinion, was actually really fun. Easy to follow once some technical aspects were properly understood. One low was the website navigation, and coming to the end a bit daunting. Derek is asking about Deadbolt Mystery site. Derek, go to the Board Game Geek Guild for co-op for 2. There's a thread on GameCube. That's where to ask the questions about what games we play next. And I am happy to engage that discussion there. Well, let me talk about my thoughts here, which are a little bit complicated because of the real frustration we had with one puzzle. It seems like every Masters of Crime we've played, we've hit one puzzle that has been really frustrating. Most of the other 2 Masters of Crime games we played, we broke into 2 sessions, and you can see why that's a smart thing to do, because at about the 5-hour mark, I start to get a little testy, and that's when we hit that one puzzle. And I think you have to say that we played this in one session. That's part of the explanation for why we got into a little bit of trouble. This was clearly my least favorite of the 3 games. In terms of the core sort of mystery and narrative engagement in the story, the Vendetta Mafia Enforcer was very engaging story. The Shadows art thief stuff felt very different, felt like a completely different game, like we were in a heist movie, and was completely engrossing. What was interesting about this one from the setup was it felt like there was some palpable danger for us. I don't think the game really made much use of it. It sort of treated it in a more cartoony way than I would have liked. It was like, you get beat up the first thing you do, then you get beat up, then you get beat up, but no one's really threatening your life. And I thought we were going to have to make an escape and be abandoned in prison, but really none of that was true. And some of the timeline alibi stuff was weird, and we really got ourselves into a little bit of trouble with the badly formatted date, but it also felt like we had much less evidence at the end for the final person than I was comfortable with. I am happy that we did settle on the right person, and it did do a reasonable job of sort of teasing us, taunting us to guess, daring us to guess that person whose last name matched the victim. That was a very good observation in the chat, that that person was there. We also ran into a really unpleasant thing with the email contact form, where it kept not liking who we were saying we were writing from. Like, we tried to write her a letter from the warrant, from the warden, and from the doctor, and the game website just said to us, like, try to get the name right. That was very unpleasant. So a bunch of places where it felt like it was buggy or borderline buggy, unclear, not designed as well as it should be. So I would definitely put this at the bottom of the 3 we've played. On the other hand, the ending epilogue, which we got to do the similar thing in Vendetta, that's the kind of thing I've been advocating that game designers do more of in this space. Like, that is such a nice touch that gives us these, like, for all of these 5 people we've met and interacted with, It gives us a choice of what to do. It doesn't affect your score. It's just a narrative story element where we get to choose how these things wrap up. And it's so satisfying, though, to talk about it and make these fun choices. So mechanically and structurally, I feel like this is such a strong system. You're constantly making these choices, which divide the deck of what you see in half. So each time you're making these little isolated independent choices that have weight to them, they feel like there's a right answer. There is. You can't always guess the right answer, but it's fun trying to figure out the right answer. You've got your score. You're worrying about your score. We're constantly worrying about it. The puzzles in this one were not quite as good as the other ones. But again, the mechanical thing of traveling to these places, locations, always making a decision, always a binary decision, left or right, and we get 1 star, 2 stars. You never know if you've made quite the right decision. And then the ending decisions of what to do. So I think structurally this is such a strong system. It's just not, this one was not quite as successful as the other 2 boxes. They're also clearly committed to giving you a wide variety of experiences. Like so far, all of the experiences have been different. First, we're Mafia, Enforcer, Tough Guy. Then we're Art Thieves. And here we're now playing the role of someone in prison. And then the next one looks completely different. The what happens to the rest of characters was a cool feature. Yeah, we got that with Vendetta too, and it was fun, but it was especially fun to be playing the bad guy here and really leaning into that. I wish that there was a little more. I felt like maybe of the different games, the decisions here felt less like we were making informed decisions. Maybe I'm saying that just because we did most of them poorly, but sometimes in some of the games we've played, I felt like our decisions were occasionally more clever. Like in previous games, we've had places where we've had to examine the back of a card image and remember something that happened, and so make the right choice, make an informed choice that was better. And here I felt like most of the time, our choices were pretty arbitrary. It's like, do you make a joke about this guy's food? Or do you ask about something? Or do you do this? It felt like any one of those could get you into trouble or be the right answer. So sometimes it's just about getting on the right wavelength. But one of the smart things about this design is you're making a lot of these binary choices. And they're all quick and resolve fast and interesting. And so it's like, it's not a big deal if a choice, it's never a huge effect. It's the difference between 1 star and 2 stars. It's mostly an illusion of having some control over the game, but for me, that works. I am all in for creating the illusion of control. Where would you all rank these games? Rob has already says this is his best one of the 3. Rob was sort of the outlier with Vendetta. He had a little bit of trouble playing the bad guy, but he seems to have gotten into it here. I think for me, it's probably Shadows, Vendetta, then this, but Shadows and Vendetta very close, but this definitely quite a bit lower. But if you like the first 2, I would still recommend this one. Just play the others 2 first. If you don't like the others, I don't think you're going to like this one. If you don't like the others, there's no way you're going to like this one. There's nothing better in this one compared to the other 2. Any other final thoughts? So we have Rapture to play, and then the new one, which should be out soon, called Mosquito. Melissa ranks them Shadows, Vendetta, then this. I'm planning to open Rapture and maybe play it this week. We might play Rapture next week. Isara says, this was my first experience. It was okay. My plan is on Friday and Saturday to play Alexander Morrison, this cold case that's behind me here that's been sitting on the shelf for months that got sent to me by one of our viewers. So I think we're going to try to two-part that on Friday and Saturday. Don't forget, on Sunday will be a game design diary update on New York Noir. I'll have lots to talk about there. You can see the beginning of the stream for some recommendations of YouTube videos and movies. Anyone got any plans for this week that they want to talk about? Jamie says, this is the first one I've played, and I played this at home and had some of the same troubles. I might have passed on the others, but now I'm interested based on the opinions from everyone here. Oh, good. It is fun to play a big marathon session here on the weekend. Almost 9 hours. That's the whole day. We've shared a whole day together. Not the smartest thing, though. I think better to break this up into 2 sessions if you can. All right. Thank you for joining me. A pleasure as always. I'll see some of you later in the week, but for sure on the next weekend, we've got stuff to do. I'll see you then.